Welcome to Saturday Evening Chats with G23. This is our ninth episode, and we are joined with Mr. DM Faas. Welcome.
Good. Good evening.
So, I see we're joined by Miss Gun Loving, or Miss Mystic Guns in the crowd. We got Gun Loving Grandpa out there. So, welcome all. So, I know we got March, or geez, I don't even know what month it is right now. May, which is Mental Health Awareness Month. I know I was going to talk about that a little bit. So, we have some great organizations out there. Hold My Guns is out there, and Walk Talk America. Then Ghost Tactical did a video where he was challenged to do 22 push-ups for 22kill.com challenge. So I know there's a lot of people that don't want to discuss, the mental health aspects that go on in our society, but sometimes we can be that shoulder for somebody who just needs an ear to talk to, and you don't know how much that could affect somebody else. So I I had a buddy who committed suicide, and I had been talking to him, and we'd made plans. He was back in Washington State, and I'm still here in Southern Oregon. So we were planning on, getting together around the 4th of July, and he was in the hospital because he had pneumonia, and come to find out he had a few other things going on. He found out that he had full-blown AIDS at the same time. So at the end of it, I know he didn't reach out to me because I probably would have talked him out of it. We were really good friends. So it does affect you, you know. I see Mr. Kingpin has jumped in, Mr. FNH, and welcome, Jay Brown. You have any input on this, Mr. DM Foss?
Um, Not really. I don't. I'm not trying to sound flippant about it or anything. I saw Ghost Tactical's video on it, and Clover Tack did one too, where he he picked up the challenge and was going to do it for the veterans that were disabled and couldn't do the push-ups physically. He said the ones he did, he was doing for them.
Yes. Welcome, Mr. Two Gun Kitty. Great to see that you're getting close to that 50 subscriber. So hopefully pretty soon we'll get you broke over that 50 subscriber. Mr. DM Foss, we got to get you up over 100.
Someday.
Yeah. So Thursday evening, I broke the 100 subscriber. So I want to say thank you to everyone who has decided to sub my channel. Welcome midnight. So hopefully, when Mr. Gun Loving Grandpa gets a minute, he'll jump in. So yeah, everybody will go through a point in their life where they get depressed. So you got to be able to reach out and talk to people. So true, True Gun Kitty. It's not the number of subscribers; it's the quality. Welcome, Mr. Two Gun Kitty. How's it going this evening?
It's going great. Thanks for having the show on and allowing people to jump in like this. Pleasure being on.
Well, thank you for jumping on. I see Mr. New York Outcast said that he had to create 30 subs, 30 new accounts just to get me over that 100 sub mark. So thank you for
Whatever it
all.
takes.
Yeah, thank you for all the hard work there, Mr. NY Outcast. So
So you were talking about ghost video and the discussion about the mental illness in the
yes,
challenge.
well, it's not
I'm
just
actually
that. It's not just doing the challenge. You know, it is something that may reflects the fact that it's Mental Health Month, but we need to remind people all the time that we're here for them no matter what. If it's just in the 2A community, that's great, but it's not just 2A community. You know,
I
we
think now more than ever it's important because a lot of people how they're dealing with this pandemic and how it's affecting them, whether it's they lost their job or their spouse. A lot of people are struggling just being shut in or um, how they handling it. I know myself, I'm like going through like mild depression, but we all handle it different ways, and it's I think going to be a big thing going forward because people have had to deal with it or maybe dealing with it to some degree, and it's been a taboo in the firearms community because a lot of people don't want to go there, but I like when people do address it because it's a topic that needs to come up.
yeah, and yeah, we're 2A community, but we can reach across into other people that aren't 2A and still say, hey, we're here for you. We're gonna be that ear to listen, and try to help, you know, or point you in the right directions.
Like Ghost. I think it was Ghost when he was talking. Had the story of a person that was in a pit and and someone jumped in to help him. The guy's like, how are you going to help me? You're stuck down here with me. He's like, I've been here. I know the way out. And I think that was a good little story because a lot of people have been there. They know where you got to reach out, and if you need help, maybe ways to get it or ways to cope.
Yeah, or his story where he said the guy was saying just 3 feet at a time.
Yes.
Just 3 feet
Yep.
at a time.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to take those little baby steps before you could ever get to running. You
Yep.
know.
Wake up in the morning and get through the day. And then the next morning the same thing. And a big problem is when someone is maybe dealing with something that's turning your back and ignoring it. Maybe there's something little thing that you can do to help that person.
Yep. You know, sometimes just saying, "Hey, I'm here for you anytime."
Yeah, yeah. Do you need to talk? Do
Yep.
sometimes they just need you to open that door so they can, you know, really, get something off their chest. Take them out for a drink or a bite to eat and start conversation.
Yep. You know, and you may not know exactly or been through their situation, but just to be a ear,
Yeah,
for somebody else to, and when you offer to be that ear, you have to be willing to not be judgmental, because you can never say, I know exactly where you're coming from, because you don't. You don't live their life. You may have been in a situation similar, but it's not. Every person goes through different. And when you say, "Oh yeah, I've been through that same situation," you're gonna shut down people,
yeah.
because
Or different people process things differently. You may have been through the same situation, but you're a different person. Stuff will affect you different than another person. So you got to be sympathetic to how people handle stuff.
yep. And so yeah,
So I when I first saw it, it was like the 22 challenge. It's interesting. I didn't know what it was about. I just when I saw 22, I was thinking 22 caliber, that had something to do with that. And then when you actually listen to it, you realize it's 22 veteran suicides a day, and
yep,
that's too much. And those people, it's the sad state of way we kind of treat people as disposable. We sent all these people off to these lands to fight wars, and then they come back and we just kind of cast them off.
yep,
And we worry too much about other things in our lives, but and we always talk about oh, these guys are heroes and support our heroes and stuff, but what support do we have from them when they come back and they need assistance?
exactly. And like King Pittman says, sometimes just being there for someone
Exactly.
it means not talking, about serious stuff. So you don't always have to discuss what the problem is. Sometimes you can just be discussing,
Sports. you
yeah,
know
hey, hey, did you see what Green Bay did in screwing up and trading this guy? If Green Bay's your team,
Yeah, or who your team drafted. What do you think of these guys
yeah,
that they picked up? And and that's what it goes back to. Like if you someone might be going through something, take them out. Go have a meal. Like you don't have to have that talk, but you can talk about sports or whatever hobbies they may have. So it just something to lighten their day and let them know that there's people out there for them.
yeah, ask them about their family. You can always bring up a different subject,
Yeah,
and you never know where that gateway could lead you.
yeah.
And it may not lead anywhere, but that person will still know that you care enough that you went and put your time into helping them.
That's exactly it. It's showing that you're there, that they're not alone.
You know.
Like sometimes you get people that you would never think are suffering because they hold it in, so well. They put on this facade and always smiling, and sometimes those people are hurting the worst, because they're trying to live a lie that everyone else sees. Um,
Yep. It's that
so you
fake
gotta,
facade.
yeah,
Yeah, I was good at that in my teenage years. I was real good at that.
yeah, because I can do that. Because pretty good at holding stuff in and keeping to myself, and um, you know, I think probably more like these days right now it's starting to show a little more because I'm getting frustrated.
Yep. You know, and sometimes when you do the holding of the stuff in, you have your own release. Like I love going out and being in the hills. Being
Yeah,
able and stuff like that. Just to hey, let me be me. And yeah, right now some of the great hiking trails are shut down because of the situation. So you're like, okay, well now I got to go find something else. And especially if you're new to an area, you may find a couple things. Hey, I can go here and here, but then all of a sudden, some weird thing happens, and you can no longer go there to get rid of that stress and anger.
yeah.
You know.
And like right now, for people that aren't working, you start to realize that work wasn't released,
Yep.
and not being able to do that 9 to 5 routine is, um, how important it actually was for you. You may not have loved your job, but it was getting you up and getting you able to go and start moving in the morning.
Or
Um,
getting you away from family so that you're not, at each other's throat all the time.
Yep. Or like in our, my case, I think the cats is probably like, get the hell out of the house. We want to have our own time. You know, but it's just a struggle. One thing I've tried to do while being out of work is not sitting in front of the TV all day. Even if it's just, I'll go take the dog out for like an hour and a half walk. Um, when I get back, just maybe being out in the backyard or something. So I'm not just, sitting in front of the TV on the couch. Because for me, that's like one of the most miserable things, even though I like watching stuff. Um, I don't want to get caught in a rut of doing that.
Yep. Mr. Rob D. I think we would all be happy in that same situation. He said, "I'd be happier if
um,
you all bought me my own island, and you're welcome to timeshare the guest cabin."
well, maybe we can buy him that island, Manhattan. I think it went for about $25 before. So,
I think he wants somewhere outside of New York. He wants to be in a free state.
well, if we buy it for him, then it becomes his own state. We'll make it like
Or
you
we just,
know,
or we make
a
it so that
territory.
we make it so it's not even part of the United States. It's international territory.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Aaron. Good to see you. So,
Kingpin, we're not cheapskates. We just like bargains.
New York out says evict the city and I'll take it.
Or should be able to get it cheap since it's infested with coronavirus.
Work out a deal where they pay us to take it.
Yeah.
Now that's being cheap. He says, "Are we talking?" But
Well, that can be his motto. We'll take all your outcast.
I think that was the U.S.'s motto. Give us you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. Central
Now,
Park. Didn't Central Park just get some snow? You sure you really want that kind of a backyard? I mean, that's gonna.
I don't miss snow. And we get a little bit here, but nothing serious.
Yeah, we we're pretty lucky, but last year in 2019 we had what they labeled snowmageddon or snow apocalypse. I don't remember what the hell. And they got 18 inches of snow, and everyone was panicking. It's like I've been through a lot more snow than that. Come talk to me when you've had 4.5, 5 feet of snow.
Yeah. Oh God, I remember those when I was up in Massachusetts. I think it was back around 2011 maybe or so, and it was like every week we were getting 1 to 2 storms, and it never melted. So yeah, you were getting those, 4 or 5 feet deep. That wasn't fun.
Having to get out there and shovel your roof so it doesn't cave in.
Yeah. Well, I was the head of custodial at an elementary school, so I was having to go in and shovel that place all the time. That was miserable. Then our boss wants us to get up on the roof and shovel parts of the roof, and it's like, oh.
Gun-loving grandpa says, "What the hell is snow?"
Oh, Faas. I mean, that range is getting personal.
He's just jealous.
That's what I was going to say. He's probably jealous. I tell you, things are bad right now. The Waffle House by me closed. They put a sign temporarily closed. But, the apocalypse is coming when that happens.
Well, Midnight Works hasn't been at the Waffle House in what, about a month now? So
have you been able to try your new slide out? Did you received that already, haven't you?
Nope. I'm still waiting for it to be hand delivered from North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
I figure they're walking it. I don't think it's coming by. I think they're hand delivering it. They're gonna walk that thing from North Carolina over here.
They're gonna have it in a bow.
Maybe. Not 100% sure how they're gonna do that, but yeah.
Yeah, I was able to get some range time this past week, so that was nice. They finally opened up last Saturday, so I've been out there twice.
Yeah, I haven't made it to the range.
It's coming midnight. Yeah, I put together some of my reloads. I was able to test those out. So the second batch I put together shot real well. So they put like 30 or 35 rounds of 9mm together, and
Welcome, Mr. Gun-loving Grandpa.
Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm doing well. Good to have you on.
Yeah, I'll try it out, see what happens.
How's the weather down in Arkansas?
Oh, it's clear and sunny.
It,
Oh,
It's nice.
we're sitting at 84 degrees right now here on the Oregon.
yeah. I think we were up about 90 today.
We hit 92 degrees yesterday. And you want to talk about a jump going from well, in 4 days, it went from mid 50s to 92 degrees, jumping at about 11 degrees a day.
Oh, and you have that humid air too, don't you?
So yeah, we get, especially I'm 90 minutes from the ocean, so
Yeah, so we get the dry heat, so the 90's not that big of a deal. Sun gets strong, but see, Aaron Mortensen has a question for us. Do they buy a Smith & Wesson 5904 or wait till PSA has the AR9s in stock?
ooh, that that would be quite the little choice.
And I like the AR9s. They're fun if you don't have one. I'm not too familiar with the 5904. Um, I've kind of gotten to where I'd rather have a full AR-15. I'm not sure if it was Ghost Tactical or Clovertac that when they were discussing this, saying that what's the point of an AR-9? Just go with a full AR-15. And I'm kind of in that way now. I started with an AR-9, but I think you kind of grow out of it a bit, and so I'd rather have a handgun over an AR-9 now.
Okay, so
Yeah, Carolina EDC has a good point. Is if you have a Glock that if it takes Glock mags, they kind of go well together.
this here is the Smith & Wesson 5906. Right
Yes,
there.
I go with that. I love those. I love nice stainless guns. I'll take that over AR9. If I have an AR-15, I don't need an AR-9. Is my thing. If you don't have an AR-15 and you want it as a kind of like a trainer gun, I think it's good for that. But I'm to the point. I love a good stainless gun. I'll take the handgun over the AR-9.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it really depends on what you're gonna go and use it for. What.
Yeah, Aaron, do you have an AR-15, or is there a specific reason why you want an AR-9? And because a lot of it is, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a range toy, home defense? What's going to be the purpose of it?
I see the 1%er has joined us. So I am going to share my screen. Okay, so new little keychain, and I am going to give that away for the 100 subs.
Nice.
So somebody will win that. I'm going to go through my and get a list of my subs, and then we will do a giveaway on that. So that is going to be my next little project.
Yeah, is that commie state compliant? Looks like it might have a extended magazine there for a keychain.
Yeah, it's also got that front vertical grip and probably shorter than 26.5 inches or whatever. So it may not be quite.
Okay, everyone's looking at the AR9 because they can't shoot 223 at their gun ranges. The AR9 will be fun. One, what I would recommend, what I like a little bit better than the PSA when I kind of was looking at reviews, is Freedom Ordnance, the FX9. It comes in several sizes. You can get, I think, a 16-inch barrel. I had the 8.5-inch, and then I believe they have a 4 or 6-inch version of the pistol now. But Freedom Ordnance is really nice. They run about 100 to 150 more than what PSA was running. It has last round bolt open. They both take lock mags. So that's an alternative. If PSA is having problems stocking, look for Freedom Ordnance. And I think Classic Firearms and Grab-A-Gun usually has them in stock.
So what are we talking about? I was trying to fix my chat. It had locked up, so it wouldn't go anywhere. Talking about.
Aaron was saying that they can't use 223 at the range. That's what the purpose of the AR9 was going to be.
Well, I do know that Bear Creek Arsenal has a 9mm upper, and I forget who has. They have those P mags that have an insert that goes into your like 223, 5.56. Then you can also run the 9mm, so you don't have to change out your
lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
And another one that is Stern Defense. They have that. I think for Glock, and they might even have a Beretta magazine one too that goes into the mag well of your AR-15 lower that will work the same way. So if they have, I think Evan said that they run Glock magazines, so they could look into a Stern Defense lower conversion kit, and then buy an AR9 upper, which you can get that at, I guess, Bear Creek now. Palmetto might have the uppers in stock.
There's a lot of them that have different 9mm uppers that even run off the AR-15 platform, and everything. So I would say I would probably go with the adapter that just plugs right into your 223, 5.56 mags.
Yeah.
So that you're doing the least modifications to your weapon, and it's an easy return back, because you could always just get a few extra P mags and leave them with the 9mm conversion kit in them, so that you have those set up, and then you just have to, okay, well, I'm going to go to the range. I'm going to grab this set of P mags, and I can just swap them in and out, and just swap the upper. I don't have to go through and reconvert everything.
I think Military Arms Channel did a review on something like those. So you might want to look into what he was reviewing, because I think it was him. I know he did a Stern Defense once. The Stern Defense adapters held up pretty good in reviews, but there was one company that had those inserts that you were talking about that was reviewed pretty good. I wish I knew the name of it. I know one thing with the AR9s, some people don't like where they're a blowback system, and so you get a little, maybe a tad more recoil than you might be used to, but it shouldn't be anything significant. Yes, Midnight he does, but he didn't break this, so you know it's good. Andrew Faulkner's just got back from the range with his son.
Yeah, I saw that Daniel Defense video he put out. That was a nice little video. If you haven't seen it, go check his channel. While you're there, sub to him.
Yeah, I'll have to check that. I like Daniel Defense. I have one of their uppers, and that thing is such a beautiful shooter on my AR-15. That thing is like so accurate.
Sorry, it's Riley Defense.
Oh, Riley.
Riley Defense AK. I keep saying Daniel Defense because, you know, he got him so close, you know. You know, you got a lot of the Daniel Defense for the AR stuff, and then Riley Defense. You got AK.
I'm thinking of doing a tabletop review of my AR-15 that with the Daniel Defense upper, and the lower is one that I put together and go over all the stuff I put into that lower.
Yeah, you know, that's would be also, you know, a nice little video for, you know, some of the new people to the market also, you know, somebody who's never, you know, done any of that.
And, you know, it's one of those things, once you get over the can I do this thing with building your lower, you know, you can put them together relatively easy. And, you know, you spend as much as you want. And, you know, you also get a little bit of pride, too, when it's done. And, you know, you can say to someone, oh, I put this, and this into it. And it's relatively easy to do. And if I can do it, anyone can do it. I'm the type of person that's like, when I'm putting stuff together, I'm always dropping stuff or have this go wrong and I have to backtrack. So, you know, I think I put my lowers together. It takes about 40 odd minutes, you know, depending on what you're putting into it. Kingpin dropped the link there. He's on top of it from Max Video.
Yep.
You're going to have to give him a raise.
Yeah, he'll be up to 3 bullets a week.
Oh, if it's 50 BMG, he's really making out.
Oh, no. It's 22.
Well, you know, everyone's saying that those are going to be in such short supply. That's going to be a good payday soon. Have you looked and seen how the ammo situation is in your local stores lately? Or
all of our ammo looks pretty darn good.
yeah, I think the local shops here have been adding their stuff back. Cabela's is closed still, so haven't seen what they've been doing. But I know one of the local shops that I get an email from said that they get some more ammo in. So I think it's trickling in. You can't be probably too fussy for what you get. If they have 9mm, they probably only have a quarter or half the selection, but at least it's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the gun shops are still closed in Washington, or they were. I don't know. The little shop that I go to is going to open up on the 15th.
That'll be nice.
As
Yeah.
officially could start opening last week. Some were opening by like appointment only before that. I know I popped into one of my favorite ones quick the other day, and they had a fair amount of people inside there, but they can only have so many in at a time.
Yeah, the one I go to did that when our state went into the lockdown. Yeah, but they were not considered essential. And then when our governor set up the snitch line, they closed they were afraid of getting in trouble because they could lose their FFL.
Yeah, we had a few places threatened with that. The one basically got threatened with it because they were being vocal and going on TV. Because they had the gun range, and I don't know if he was doing it for publicity or if he was legit with it, but he said he had to back down because his FFL was threatened.
Yeah, I got a call yesterday from them that they want to try and clear out the guns that have been sitting before they open. So I'm going to sneak down Monday to hopefully do some paperwork on some stuff.
Faas, could they have guns shipped to them from like online sales and you go down and pick up, or were they totally closed?
Right now, they're totally closed. Like I said, they're trying to, before they do their reopen, they're going to try and sneak some people in and get some stuff cleared out.
Yeah.
Hey, I see Kingpin released a 22 kill video. It just popped up. If he wants to promote it, you can jump in. So, Gun Loving Grandpa, I sent you an email that should have like an image at the.
Let me check my email.
See, Midnight's going over his recent build, or more like his son's recent build, and he assisted.
He's taking credit for his son's hard work.
Yes, he's like China, uses child labor.
Yeah. Yep. I don't have to pay them except in like cookies. But
Yeah, he probably didn't even give him a pancake when he was done.
Well, what he does is he makes his kid cook the cookies and then says, "Oh yeah, you can have one while I eat the rest."
Kingpin's got laryngitis. He wants us to do all the talking, so we can promote it. Kingpin put some nice videos together. He also had his Woohoo Flu video, the 10 questions that dropped recently too. That was really good, showing off some of his pretty handguns.
Yep, he took up the Poor Conservatives challenge.
Yep. I got to go back and watch the Poor Conservatives version. I just looked at that quick, but I got to watch the whole thing.
Yep. But See? The proof is there. You got it figured out?
Yeah, G23. That email you sent me don't look nothing like my screen. The last one I see is Midnight Range.
Yeah, Midnight Range. Well,
But hi, everybody out there in the chat.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know how everybody else's screen looks. At the bottom of my chat, I have a little box where I can comment into the chat. Do you guys have to run off of a second device?
Mine, I would have to run off a second device. I don't have one that I can chat. I can type into the private chat, but not the live comments. I would have to run
good. It ain't me then.
No, are you on a phone or?
No, I'm on the computer.
You're on the okay, so it must be just the moderator can do it.
Yeah, it must be whoever is hosting the channel can type, but nobody else can. You have to have a cell phone, a cell phone in the hand while you talk on your mic. See, they just want you to multitask.
Oh man, they asking a whole lot, ain't they?
It's just their way to get us to buy another device.
Well, yeah. Well, like on my cell phone, I know, like when I'm on anybody else's chat, I split screen my cell phone. So I have YouTube running at like the lower part of the screen while I've got the chat open at the upper part. And then.
Now you're asking us to be tech savvy.
No. You don't know what kind of people we are.
If I try and touch something, I hit the wrong button and crash out of the site.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I usually either listen on my laptop or I'll listen on my tablet, and then always use my phone to comment. For me, it's a lot easier that way.
My iPad would be better for me to type on because if I try and do the voice and stuff through that, it just I get a lot of static for some reason. My phone seems to work better.
Yeah. Okay, well, sorry about giving you the wrong info.
Hey, it's a learning experience for.
But yeah, so what do you got going on, gun-loving grandpa?
Building flower beds for my wife.
Ah, nice.
Doing some of them honeydew lists. New York Outcast, I know about that.
Yeah, but New York Outcast likes to do it while he's on a live stream, so you get to hear the rattle cans.
No, I done it so I could come in here and get on the live chat to keep her out.
Oh.
Now, where are you from, gun loving grandpa?
I live in Arkansas, but I'm originally from state of Virginia.
Okay.
That glorious hellhole up there.
Once fine state.
Yeah, it used to be.
Until DC got a hold of it. But yeah.
Well, the key thing's going to be is when, well, Northam can't run again because they have that weird way of how they can't run for a second term. But it would be interesting to see how he would fare in the next election if he was allowed to run.
Yeah, they need to get rid of him quick.
New York Outcast is begging us to not give his woman any more ideas for a longer honey-do list. He's trying to relax and enjoy a weekend.
Have a yeah right list for Rich White.
Yeah. At least my wife doesn't give me that many honey-do list because she knows
No,
I have an attention span of like less than 2 minutes. So it better be
Shit, you
real
got me
quick.
beat.
I'm
Yeah.
not the most mechanically inclined person, so it's like you can't say fix this or build that and expect it to come out the way you want. I'll go run to the store and do the honey. Can you get this list?
Yeah, she doesn't have me do that either because she sent me to a list to go shopping, and it said 2 skinless, boneless breasts. Chicken breasts.
And you brought a girl back home?
That would have got me in a lot more trouble. But so Albertsons was doing a deal where they had like 2 that were like it was like one that was filleted open into 2, and I brought home like 4 of the filleted open ones because I wasn't sure how she wanted them.
Oh yeah, so they butterflied them open, and so she didn't want them butterflied.
Exactly.
Either that, or they give you the list and you say, "Oh, it was on sale, so I bought like 4 times more than what they wanted."
Another one that was kind of like she gave me a deal that was like bean soup or something like that. I don't remember, but it was like for Campbell's. She wanted a certain bean that was in there. I think it was like a bean and bacon soup or something. Well, the little small can was like $1.20 or something for a single can. Or they had the like gigantic family size that was on sale for $1. I'm like, okay, well, I'm a cheapskate. That thing's on sale. I'm gonna buy it instead, and I'm gonna save myself, 20 cents per can. And she wanted like 4 cans. Oops. So
Yeah, my wife don't send me to the grocery store no more. I usually buy oodles and noodles and some ammo.
That lead filling does it all the time.
Yeah.
yeah, my wife's realized that I'm not the grocery shopper to go follow a list.
Yeah, so I do most of the cooking, so I'll go and do most of the groceries. Then she'll go and supplement what I didn't get if she wants like her specialty items.
Yeah. Well, that's how most of it is. We get a honeydew list and then we procrastinate. Sooner or later, you guys get it, the women get it done, and we go, oh, yeah, I was going to get to that tomorrow.
Oh, that must be for Mystic with dealing with Snob.
Yeah.
That may have worked for you there, G23, but I got 7 years I've been waiting.
Oh, you wait and then they do it and you go, oh, I was just gonna do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll run off to work. I'll say I'm going to work and we'll go to the gun range.
My favorite one was I bought a Suburban, And I told the wife that my buddy and I were going to go look at a 4-wheel drive vehicle, and I came back with a Suburban. That made her happy.
Yeah, it's getting to the point. Every time I go to the gun store, I always carry an empty box with me and bring it in. Well, it goes out empty, comes out full.
Yep. Yep. Or another one is you leave it in the trunk of your car till she goes off to work or goes to the store, and then you sneak it into the gun cabinet, and finally a couple months later when she sees it, you can say, I've had that old thing for months.
Oh, I've done that too.
Yeah, I usually do keep it in the trunk until it's coast is clear.
It really freaks out when I told her she's with me when I bought it. She still can't remember that.
Well, that's the thing. Once you get so many, they can't tell which is which.
That's why I buy them all black.
Yep. If you're gonna do it, you gotta stick. You can't be switching stainless, black, white, FDE. You gotta stick to one color, and that's all you're gonna buy.
But I was surprised she gave me a go ahead to buy a Ruger charger, the PC charger.
Oh, that PCC pistol caliber carbine.
Yeah. Now I just gotta find one.
Few people have been talking about that lately.
I believe.
They had one down at my local gun store that somebody already ordered. And I did get to touch it. As close as I got. She's right pretty looking.
Gunbroker has them for sale right now.
Is that the charger? Or
Yep.
how much they got for them?
Well, I'll put it on screen. You can. Right there, you can get the Ruger 22 Challenge Charger Light for, or you can go with a 9mm.
Yeah, that's the one I want right there.
The 9mm.
Yeah. That thing looked like it'd be fun.
About $670.
That's a better price than what my local gun store was going to charge me.
Well, you can order it off Gunbroker and have it sent to your local.
Yeah, I like that.
And then you can go to what's it? Gun Mag Warehouse. Oh, let me pull that up.
That thing is some kind of sweet looking.
Now, does that have a stock on it or a brace rather?
No. You have to. You can get a folding stock for it, extra.
Oh, okay, so that.
What you see right there, that's it. They say you can get a folding stock or just a regular stock to put on it.
Okay, yeah, but you can put almost like with the AK pistol. It looks like.
Yeah.
$20 for SGM tactical 33 round extended mag. Pick up a few of those to go in that PCC.
Yeah, I like those 30 round mags, but man, they shoot a lot of ammo.
Especially if you go and get you an ETS speed loader, because then it takes like no time at all. You can run 15 rounds at a time into your mag, so you could easily just twice, bam, fill it. You got 30 rounds. Don't even worry about topping off those top 3 rounds. Yeah, you'll go through a couple hundred rounds real quick.
Yeah, I tried to go out there and fill up a magazine. I got a 30 round for my AR-9. I said, well, I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to just take it easy. About 3 rounds. The rest of them, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, you know, I have a 30 a couple 31 round SGM mags for my 40. Yeah, when you sitting there with 30 rounds and you're like, I can squeeze this off. I'm gonna take them, just go slow. Next thing you know, you're just mag dumping. Yeah, that's a good advice. He says you also need to reverse the hinge on the folding stock, or it will close while shooting. Yeah, well, I'm not hearing it in the background. Two gun kitty, so my neighbors were out riding their little moped, whatever, 50cc dirt bike, and I was thinking, oh, great, that's going to be going on during my live stream. But they decided not to for some reason. Welcome, G Webs. He says he's the 6th thumbs up. So. Mr.
6 thumbs up. We got to be doing really good if we got that much.
Right? We got 50% of the people in the crowd that have thumbed it up. Wow. We're doing something right. We got the Yankee Marshal quirking us.
Yeah, I can only listen to Yankee maybe twice a week. Yankee every day, all day gets to be a little too much.
I don't think I've watched Yankee in a while. Just watched, with a bunch of other small channels doing stuff. I've been out watching them, and helping them and stuff. So, Mr. Buck, Kingpin's asking if you still use the obstacles you built for your range.
Yeah, I still use them when it's dry enough.
Yep. So you getting affected by rains lately down there? Because I know it seems like everyone's getting some weird weather.
Yeah, we had some right good rain a couple of days ago.
That's the one good thing here. We don't have to deal with rain too often. When we do, it's usually pretty quick.
Yeah, you're in that like desert part, so
Yeah, we're high desert, so it's pretty, dry most of the time. We have a little rainy season in the late summer.
I guess I could throw out the link if anybody else wants to jump on. Mr. G Webs is the one. If no one realizes, he's the one that designed my new logo. So again, I would like to thank him for doing that.
Yep,
Yeah,
G Webs did a great job with that. He's raising the standards of the show.
I know
I got to do something with mine.
He did a great job. I just gave him kind of an idea, a rough idea. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know how he came out with such a great logo for the crappy instructions that I gave him, but he did a very great job on this. My instructions were I want a gun, a black G, and an orange 23.
Well, he has the G down pat. You just have to work around everything else.
Yeah, and if you guys should definitely go double check on his daily gun show. He did it live, and so I put in a little bit of help out there, but he had it pretty close to the way I wanted it when I got there. So it was definitely a. And if you check that out, he put out 4 or 5 different choices, and so
Kind of like a woman who's telling the guy to move the couch this way and that way with changing the colors.
yeah, yep. Probably would have made it a lot easier on him if I would have joined in on the stream instead of just typing in the chat. But I was pretty exhausted at that point in time. I was like, I'm just going to type a little bit. So, yeah. He does some pretty good daily shows. They come on pretty late, so I don't get to watch as many of them as I would like, but waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. We got two gun kitties on here.
Yeah, my thing kind of kicked out. I'm going to have to sign off. I just want to say goodbye and thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure being with you guys again.
Thank you again.
Nice chatting with you.
Have
All
a
right,
good.
everyone. Great. Take care, everyone, and hopefully everyone can get to the range and have some fun.
Yep. Stay safe, and can't wait to see the next video from you.
Okay, take care, all.
So it looks like we have been detained by C4 Defense. Yep. So I know, Buck, if you're looking for like a new logo kind of thing, you could reach out to G Webs unless you want to do it yourself. He uh, he does pretty good work.
I thought I did all right till I looked on a bigger screen. I'm kind of off center on this.
Yeah, all you got to do is just go back in, manage your image, and just move it over a little bit and capture that into the middle.
Yeah, I guess that's what I get for not wearing my glasses.
It's more artistic to be off center.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't
y'all
want
can
to.
still see though. I am gun loving.
Yep.
That's all that matters.
Mystic's still saying she's not talking to Sarge. Jeez, he kicks you from the chat one time for like 5 minutes. Andrew's in that same boat. He wishes he could stay awake long enough to watch. Kingpin says he watches it on his way to work. So are you going to look online for one of those Ruger PCCs? Gun loving grandpa?
Yeah, eventually. I just got to find a good price on it, but that seemed like a fairly good price on it.
Yeah, that was just from Gunbroker. There's 100 different other channel, but yeah, not only the price of the gun itself, but also double check what they charge for shipping, because sometimes you can get them like on other places where if you order over such a certain dollar amount, you get like free shipping or $25 shipping.
Yeah,
So
the guy I'm gonna send it to, my FFL dealer. He's like about 2 miles down the road. He said he'll just charge me $10, no matter what.
yeah, yeah, but like when you order it from a website, they're going to charge you. They may charge you shipping and handling. So you want to look and see if maybe you can't find it for free.
Yeah.
Some of those will offer free shipping. Some of them will offer a reduced rate for shipping. So I always factor what the shipping cost is into the price that they're asking to see who's actually giving it to you for a good deal. Because you may find one where the gun is, $600, but they're charging you $150 in shipping. So it would make it so it was like $750. Where you might find another place that has it for like $670, but they're charging you $20 shipping.
Oh yeah, always look at the shipping part.
Yep.
G23, I sent you an email with a picture of a gun. I just found it while you guys were talking. That's what I would love to have now. And it's only about $7,000.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not the only one that wouldn't mind having that. me show it online.
It's basically it's like a H&K MP5 that's belt fed with 7.62 NATO.
I don't think I could afford the ammo for that.
Oh, 7.62 ammos. You can pick that up dirt cheap. That right there.
Yeah.
That's a. Wish I could make it larger, but
Yeah, sorry about that. The picture on my phone was bigger when I copied it.
yeah.
It's a Volmer HK51B.
But yeah, that wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be too bad to go and pick up. Oh no, Mystic's leaving us.
She says she'll be.
Snog's
Midnight.
probably taking a nap. She won't go smack him.
I grab the stun gun. Midnight says dirt cheap, not dirt cheap enough to be running it through a damn belt fed. Yep.
Did you see that both Washington and Michigan both had snitch lines so you could report
Yeah.
non-essential businesses? And the people that submitted to those lines, all their information is public information. So for both Washington and Michigan, somebody has put up on, I think, Facebook, all their names of everybody that reported a non-essential business being open.
Oops. I agree with Kingpin on that one. Belt fed anything for life. Yep. Any belt fed firearm definitely goes up higher on your wanting list. Not doesn't mean that it's a feasible list. It just means it's on your wanting list.
Yeah, the people that their local newspaper contacted about it, about having their names published. It was all women,
Wow.
all Karens.
Yep. And I don't understand why, you know, you want to go and report a business, you know, because the fact is, this is all an illegal action. Being, forcing businesses to shut down because it's right there saying that it's, a pursuit of happiness. You have that, they have no way that they can truly force, any business to shut down. If somebody wanted to fight it, yeah, they're going to spend a lot of money taking it all the way, to the Supreme Court before they finally win. But they could theoretically do that.
Well, they went after the First and Second Amendments, the right of peaceable assembly, freedom of religion, you know, uh, basically freedom of the press, um, and all under the guise of it's to keep people safe.
So, oh, they're talking about Kingpin's video in the chat. I'll take I'll take a chance on a channel strike if he decides he wants to report it. I'll play the video so everybody can watch it at the same time. If I can find his. Probably would have been easier to scroll back in the chat and find the link that he put out. Share screen, make sure to click the audio. Okay, here we go.
Hi, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to talk about the 22 Kill organization. The 22 Kill is a non-profit organization providing traditional and non-traditional mental wellness programs for veterans, first responders, and their families. So when you click on the website at 22kill.com, that's the numbers 22kill.com. This banner is going to come up and it's going to say, if this is an emergency, please dial 911 or call the National Suicide Hotline at 1-800-273-8255. So the 22 Kill Project is every day in this country, 22 veterans commit suicide. So this project was started to help mitigate that as much as possible, to let veterans out there know that even when they're in a dark place, that there's people out there that understand what they're going through and are there for them. There'll be a link to this in the description below. So if you want to make a cash donation or credit donation, however it works, I encourage you to do that. But there's other ways that you can help out too, not just giving money. If you know a veteran, or you might know somebody that knows a veteran that may be not in the best place right now mentally and emotionally, go talk to them, help them out, and just spend some time with them, because they're just regular people who have had to experience some stuff that most people will never even have nightmares about in their lifetime. So go check out the 22 Kill program. Like I said, there'll be a link in the description below. And then let's go to the YouTube side. My friend Blind Shooter did the 22 push-up challenge, and he called me out. So I'll leave a link to Blind Shooter's channel. You can go check out his video and check out the rest of the stuff he's got over there. So I'm going to do my 22 push-ups, and I've also seen the gotta keep going here. Hold up. Patriot in the Dark. Link to his channel will be in the description below. He did the 22 push-up challenge. He's a veteran himself. Then we have Ghost Tactical, which a lot of you are probably familiar with. Ghost Tactical. He did the 22 push-up challenge. And once again, everybody knows Ghost. He is a veteran himself. And I'm going to call Josh Ben Ware to do the challenge. The reason I'm calling Josh Ben Ware is he's a pretty fit guy, and I think he can knock out 22 push-ups with no problem. So get him to call it out. Then we're going to call out Travis P11. Travis P11's got 25,000, 27,000 subscribers. So I figure if somebody with the size of his channel can put out a real quick video about this, maybe it'll get a little bit more traction. So I'm calling you out too, Travis. And then once again, I'm going to call out my friend John over at the Sandhill Shooter channel, calling you out for the 22 push-up challenge. Once again, another big channel, has a lot of contacts and a lot of connections. So I figure with all that information getting out there, maybe we can get some good donations, or get some videos out there and get some awareness raised. So here we go. Let's go do my push-ups. All right, 22 push-ups coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Well, there you go. Everyone else can go and rewatch that video. Give him a thumbs up. He put in some good effort on there. So, welcome, Keith Gregory. So, Rich White says to get those elbows in. Welcome, Ohio.
I think I'm gonna do one push up a day for 22 days.
Right? They actually have part of that where it's 22 push-ups a day for 22 days. If you want to take the full on.
I can't do that.
Yeah, neither. Yeah. I would probably have a heart attack trying to do that.
I think I might do them like how Clover did his in little segments.
Yeah. But I would have to do a modified push-up and do it against the wall because I've blown out the rotator cuff in my shoulder, in my left shoulder, and ruptured the bicep tendon. So to be able to actually, I got one tendon left, one out of two tendons holding my bicep together. And again, Kingpin, great video. So I will go back and sum it up and leave you a comment and share it. So Kingpin says he's going to need a day off to recover after doing those push-ups. So glad we got more channels out here, talking about the situation and bringing more light to it. The more people we have making aware of many different organizations, you got 22kill.com, you've got holdmygun.org, Walk and Talk America. Those are some great organizations to look into. Andrew says I can do one push-up a day for 22 days. #fatboy problems.
The getting down part, ain't no problem. I can do that just fine. Just coming back up.
I'll have to do it at work where we have access to forklifts. so that they can help get me back up.
Oh, man.
think that might be a cheating video. Edit out the forklift so they don't see that you got the forks under you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure that that would be the greatest way to show.
Yeah, they'd probably be wondering what the noise is behind you.
Yeah. No audio. I don't know. For some reason my mic stopped working. That's why there's a counter in the corner. Yeah. But yeah, so I think the Crazy Scotsman's going to be getting ready to go live here pretty soon. So Andrew Faulkner did a unboxing video also. I got an email from YouTube as a congratulations on 100 subs. So that's a good idea that New York Outcast put in there. Use an airbag and open button down over shirt to hide it, then play patriotic music to hide the air compressor in the background. Oh, so Kingpin says the Crazy Scotsman goes live on Sundays. Oh, I thought I saw something on my YouTube pop up. Maybe I looked at the wrong thing. Wouldn't put it past me. Have either one of you guys seen the video of the police officer who was discussing the situation at hand?
I think I have I think I know which one you're talking about, where he's basically saying that the police are enforcing illegal laws.
Yeah, and he says that they're just a facade. You know, their power is just a facade hidden behind a badge and a gun. You know, and he's talking to fellow law enforcement officers, saying that they need to stop putting his life in jeopardy. You know, by doing their their crazy things, enforcing laws, and what was you know situations of like police brutality that were overhyped in the past are now becoming almost a daily incident. And he said, all you're doing is making it harder for us good officers to be able to go home safe to our families at the end of the night. And then he was also referencing that none of the ones that are doing these actions have never seen like war, and they're not mentally or physically prepared for the can of whoop ass that they're gonna open if they keep it up. Rick White says he could eat 22 of the ice cream push-ups if that would count. Yeah. Let me see. I might be able to. I don't remember who. I think Mac had it on his channel. I can go back through my notifications while we're doing this.
Yeah, I've seen it on a couple different channels, but I don't remember which ones they were.
As you could hear, my cat in the background. She was adding her 2 cents into it. See. Wow. How long ago was this video? I thought it was just the other day.
Yeah, first time I saw it was maybe 2 days ago.
I'm already like 2 days back and still pulling up and still not coming across it yet. Of course, I have a lot of channels that I'm subscribed to, so found it on Solo Yacker. Share audio.
In law enforcement for 10 years, and I'm speaking to my peers, other fellow officers, people in any kind of law enforcement position. I've seen officers nationwide enforcing tyrannical orders against the people, and I'm hoping it's the minority of officers, but I'm not sure anymore, because every time I turn on the television, every time I look to the internet, I'm seeing people arrested or cited for going to church, for traveling on the roadways, for going surfing, opening their businesses, going to the park with their families, or doing nails out of their own house, using their own house as a place of business, and having undercover agents go there and arrest them and charge them with what? With a crime? I don't know what crime people are committing by doing nails in their own house, but we're seeing this more and more and more, and we need to start looking at ourselves as officers and thinking, is what I'm doing right? Now, I want to remind you that regardless of where you stand on the coronavirus, we don't have the authority to do those things to people just because a mayor or a governor tells you otherwise. I don't care if it's your sergeant or your chief of police. We don't get to violate people's constitutional rights because somebody in our chain of command tells us otherwise. It's not how this country works. Those are de facto arrests. You know, we're violating people's rights and taking money from them, or even worse, arresting them and depriving them of their freedom when they are exercising their constitutional rights. So let's talk about that. Let's read something right here off of the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal. Among these, we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their power from the consent of the governed, meaning our power and any government official's power is derived from the people. Okay, we don't hold power over our citizens. It's contradictory to everything that our country stands for. And this is what I'm seeing. First Amendment rights, telling people they can't go to church, freedom of religion. Okay, telling people they can't protest, freedom of assembly. Fourth Amendment violations, illegal traffic stops to check for papers. What are you, the Gestapo? Is this 1930s Nazi Germany? You don't get to stop people unless you have reasonable suspicion or probable cause that they have committed a crime. And I know people that have personally been stopped saying, we want to see papers showing that you're essential.
David, too. Copy a phone call.
That is not how our job works. Okay. What really has been pissing me off lately is the fact that these officers that are going out here and enforcing these tyrannical orders, what they're doing is they're making my job and my safety, or they're putting my job and my safety at risk. Because what you're doing is you're widening the gap between public trust and law enforcement officers. And what that's going to do is it's going to, I mean, look at what's happened to law enforcement in the last 10 years. Less and less public trust. And more often than not, that is a result of isolated incidents that get blown out of proportion. They're not isolated anymore. They're happening every single day. And the thing that I want you guys to realize is that our power that we hold as law enforcement officers is nothing more than a facade. It's a badge and a gun. And people, you don't realize, if you haven't lived in anarchy, if you haven't seen combat, things can be stripped from people in a heartbeat. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that these actions are going to wake a sleeping giant, i.e. the American people. Okay. They are going to be put in a position where they won't have their rights trampled anymore. And us as law enforcement officers, we'll have our ability to enforce the law stripped from us in about 10 minutes. Okay. I think what is going to happen if this continues is we're going to see bloodshed in the streets. Okay. I don't want to see bloodshed in the streets on either side of this coin. I don't want to see fellow officers get injured or killed. And I certainly don't want to see citizens get injured or killed. And I promise you, most of you out there doing these tyrannical acts against our citizens, you're not ready for combat. You're not mentally or physically ready for combat in the first place. I promise you, you don't want to go through that. And I hope I never have to go through that again. You don't get to just say, well, I'm doing this because I was told to do so, or I'm following orders, or I need to keep this job. Guess what? I need to keep this job more than anybody. I have 3 young children. I have 2 houses. Like, I have the same sob story that the rest of you guys have. But my personal choices and my living arrangements, no matter what they are, don't allow me to trample on people's rights. And I don't understand why that concept is so hard for people to understand. Listen, you need to stand up for what's right. You need to, if you're part of a department or an agency that is asking people or asking their officers or their deputies to impose on people's rights and infringe on their freedoms, you need to step up and say, no, that's not me. That's not what I signed up for, and that's going against my oath. And if that costs you your job, so be it. At least you'll be able to look at yourself in the mirror at night. I've already expressed this to my department. And luckily for me, I come from a department that I feel like my chain of command shares my view, but I don't care what department you're part of or what your chain of command thinks. You don't get to trample on people's liberty. And so, you know, as a special operations veteran, I've fought on the streets of Iraq for under the US government's guise of freedom. And I'm telling you what, the American people are going to be, you are going to wake a sleeping giant, and they are going to fight 10 times harder for their freedom on their soil than anything you've ever seen before. And if that's something you're willing to face, then keep trampling on people's rights. But I promise you, the American spirit of defiance is going to rise again, and it's going to be a big problem for our country. So I'll leave you with this, something that I learned as an E-nothing in the Army. No matter what situation you're put in, if you look inside yourself and ask yourself one question, am I doing the right thing? You ask yourself that, you know the answer. And no amount of money or no order or law or anything should be able to make you go against doing the right thing. So I'm imploring officers to look inside themselves and ask themselves, is this what I want to be doing to my citizens? And I think the answer is clear. And if we all stand up together, guess what? It'll be a non-issue, no factor, because people and law enforcement will be united like we should be.
And the thing is he hit on, some good points there. I don't want to see the point where we end up with blood in the streets, but scary enough, the writing's there. If the pushing keeps going, it could happen.
I hope it don't end up like that, but the way it looks, it's close.
Yeah, I mean, you've got more and more politicians that are infringing on rights and liberties. You've got, people that would choose, okay, well, I'm going to choose to keep my job and do something I know is completely wrong and violate an oath that I took to uphold it, And yeah, it's scary that this is the society that we have right now.
Yeah, I thought I'd never see this day coming like this. All this pandemic and all this stuff.
So
I figured it wouldn't happen in my time.
I used to say, and I still do say, I started saying it when I was probably about 8 years old, that the South was going to rise again. And what I meant by that, and what I still mean by that, it's not that we're going to have North-South. We're going to have the people that are tired of having their rights trampled on. They're going to group together and go after the people that are trampling on our rights. And I never want to see that ever happen. And I used to think it was just a joke to say it. It was more, especially when you're a kid, you say stuff like that to kind of aggravate adults. But it seems that it's, more and more becoming a true statement.
I ain't worried about myself. I'm just worried about my grandkids. What
Yeah,
they gonna be growing up into.
yeah. You know, you always have to think, what kind of society am I leaving the next generation in?
Yeah.
Mr. Foss, you got anything to say over there?
Yeah. I don't I don't think the big igloo is gonna come anytime soon. Um, there's a lot of frustrated people. I'm one of the frustrated people. Um, but I I don't think everything's gonna fall apart anytime soon. Um, you know, if you look back, there's been plenty of stuff that's happened that hasn't started a civil war. Um, and right now, I think the courts are where all this needs to be taken. Even though a lot of the court system seems to be kind of left leaning and not following the Constitution. Um, but I really think we need to exhaust every option before thinking about um, a civil war.
Yeah,
That's my opinion.
yeah. The you know saying that, oh yeah, we need to run out and go to war. That's never. Yeah, I would love to see everything be exhausted in the courts and go our way. And when I say go our way, go back to, we're going to follow the Constitution. You know, but then again, you go, is it going to happen that way? Because we're not getting we're not getting courts to hear our cases, or if they do hear the cases, they render it, you know, and a no judgment. They kick it back down to a lower court, or they just say, oh, this is a moot case, so we're not going to have anything to do with it. Well, if you took the time to listen to it, knowing it was moot at the beginning, why not just render a decision anyways? Because you took that time. Okay. I got the wife yelling at me in the background.
Yeah, my wife just come in here. We got 80 acres of woods out behind my house. She wants to go to Walmart and buy dirt.
Well, do you have a backhoe?
Yeah, one of them Chinese backhoes.
Or do you have a wheelbarrow and a shovel?
Exactly. As long as she ain't down there at the gun range digging holes, I'm all right.
Right? Yeah, you definitely don't want it to be. So, New York says it sounds like you have room for him to build a cabin.
Oh, yeah. Plenty out there. And
Walker,
only, as far as I know, only I think 2, maybe 3 people hunt the land out back because it's private. So I got deer coming up in my backyard.
Well, there, there's a little extra meat for you.
Yeah. All right, I got cleared out enough that brush out there where I could see him through the bedroom window.
That'll work. Reading G Web's uh, post.
Yeah, me too. And right,
Yeah,
we don't have no snow here. All we got is a little bit of ice.
yeah, I agree, G. We do have the ability to, you know, grow our community, make it stronger, and push back, you know, that way before anything else would ever need to happen. Yeah, but I've been doing a lot of reading on like states and the restoring of rights because I'm gonna look into doing a series on that for my channel. So to help educate, people on how to get their rights back that have lost them. And like here in Oregon, 15 years after you've committed a crime, like a felony or whatever, your rights are restored if you don't commit any other crimes automatically, as long as it wasn't, like a violent crime with a knife or a gun or like domestic violence. They automatically restore your rights after 15 years from the date of conviction. So that's kind of cool, Try to make a lighter topic.
I had a friend that got his rights restored in Washington. I'm not sure what the requirements were for him.
So in Washington, I can tell you because I went through that process. You have to have served all your time, so there can't be any like days hanging over your head that, hey, they kicked you free, for some reason, but you could end up going back. All that has to be taken care of. All your court fines, restitution, attorney fees, all that has to have been paid off. And then depending upon if it's a class C felony, class B felony, class A felony, it depends upon how many years you have to wait. And then you have to go and expunge your record or seal your record and then petition the courts to have your rights restored. And the easiest way to do it is to hire an attorney. It's not the cheapest way of doing it, but that's the easiest way. So all the paperwork is filled out correctly. all your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed. It's about a $5,000 investment.
Yeah, he got to where he was talking about, you know, needing the money to pay the fees and stuff, but he had become friends with a judge who he had kind of talked to him with it, and the judge said, "Oh, you know, that's something about it was ridiculous." So he'd take care of it for him, and then got his rights restored for him.
Well, I needed to know that guy. $5,000 is not something that everyone just has laying around, you know.
So, how much time do you think is involved from start to finish doing that?
Like if you're doing it yourself or if you hire an attorney.
Oh, I don't know. I ain't never had to do it, but
So let's
What
say you
what
have
did you
all.
go
If you
what
have
did you
every,
go through?
I had an attorney.
Oh, okay.
I hired an attorney, Julie Anderson, out of Wenatchee. She's a great attorney. Um, and so I hired her. She filled out the paperwork, filed it with the courts. Probably from the time I hired her to the time I went into court was 45 days, maybe.
Doesn't seem too bad to get your rights back, you know.
I just figured it'd be a little bit longer process.
But no, like, because I had looked at doing it myself. But then when you're looking at those court papers and you're trying to, okay, well, I got to figure out all this stuff and, you know, everything, it can, it, then you start filling them out and you're going, oh God, did I do this right? You know, because I started to fill the paperwork out myself and I was like, I don't know. And so I just went and hired an attorney. You know, I was like, screw it. You know, so it was a better idea just to hire the attorney so that it was done correctly.
Yeah, that's usually how I handle my court cases. Go in there, hand the paperwork to my lawyer, and say, "Here you go, fix it." Hand him my card while I'm at it.
Yeah, I I got a discounted rate when for you know mine, but it would have cost $5,000. I did process serving for her, and being friends with her husband, I got him a job when I was a supervisor, and I was able to hire. So I hired him on and everything, and got him back to work because he was unemployed, and so it cost me a lot less than what it would have cost. I just paid the court costs and a flat $200 for her to fill out the paperwork. So, but it's about $5,000 roughly for a Class C felony to be restored off your rights in the state of Washington. So yeah, it what you do as a kid or even as a young adult can definitely reach out and bite you hard in the ass as you grow up and realize, you know, it's definitely not the lifestyle I want to live.
Yeah, I have my CCL license, so I guess I'm good.
There was a story I heard. Uh, he was like a 72-year-old guy who had his concealed weapons license, had a hunting license, and everything. And, he had owned many a firearms. And then he went to go buy a new hunting rifle and got denied. And ended up, going to jail for being a felon in possession of firearms because of something that happened way back when, he was in his early years. I think it was like early 20s. And, here he was, in his late 70s or mid 70s and gets locked up because something that happened he didn't ever realize he was a prohibited person.
Yeah, I think for the most part, if you've done your time and you're not getting in trouble, you should get your rights back. Did we lose G23?
Oh, I muted my mic. Sorry. I was reading G Webs and stuff, and I guess I got hit because the headset that I have, there's a button about halfway down the cord where you can adjust the volume and everything, and you can mute the mic. And so I guess I had it in a place where I hit the button and muted my mic. So it didn't show up on the screen that my mic is muted, but my headset mic was muted.
Yeah, that's what I use when I mute, is the inline switch.
Yeah, I run the Logitech headset H390.
Yeah, I forget what mine are.
I had the package close by. I could look at it. I cheated. Yeah, I picked him up at Staples for like $30.
Yeah, I think the ones I'm using now are just like an off-brand. The Razer ones I have, I gave to my son so he could use them.
Yeah. I picked these up because I wanted a long cord so that I could, if I need to get up and walk away from the computer, I don't have to take my headset off. And so these have, a pretty nice cord, but I seem to always tangle it up.
Yeah, so does mine.
So, yes. We've got some good discussions going on in the chat. Ooh, somebody got a message.
Wasn't me.
Oh, that might have been me. I'll be right back here in a minute.
Okay. Yeah. The chat has kind of gone. Yeah.
Well, I think for the most part, everybody in the chat agrees. It's just they're coming at it from different angles.
Yeah. Yeah. Using different words. Yep. We got 15 people in the chat, and I think like 3 people talking. So I thought Mr. Carolina EDC was going to join us tonight, but he might be busy.
He was out in the chat for a minute.
Yeah.
I saw that earlier.
Well, I was hoping, because I forget what his core essential code is, so you can get I think it's 10% off your purchase. You know, because I was looking at getting another belt.
Yeah, I really like my core belt. And I'm wearing a Blade Tech one now to try out because I needed a brown. My core is black, and I needed a brown one, so I decided to try a Blade Tech. See how they are. So far, I like it.
I want the X6. Oh, it's sold out. That X6 buckle. Have you seen?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that is.
This. That one right there.
Oh, okay.
They got some good belts too.
Yeah, they're really good. I do like that that
The one
buckle.
I got is more. Yeah, the one I got is more like a dressy type belt.
Yeah, they got the leather ones and everything, but I was thinking about going with the nylon, more of your tactical.
Yeah, I've got the black leather. I'm just not very tactical.
Well, even if you go, you know, but the tactical, if you want to call it that, is oh, there's a
Yeah,
nice bundle.
that top one. That's
Yeah,
what I have.
right there is the one like I got that buckle right there on that brown one.
Yeah,
I have that buckle, that one there with that black belt. I had mine like 2 years, and the only thing wearing is just a little bit on the buckle part. But the leather belt looks like it's brand new.
yeah, that's not bad right there. $100 for 2 belts.
Yeah,
I only got the one.
if you're looking for the gun belt, I think Amazon only has the dress belts, and in the description at the bottom it'll say it's not a gun belt, but they look identical to the gun belts. So
Yeah,
you kind of have to be careful of that.
I'm
Yeah,
right on.
mine was in the gun belt section.
I'm on I'm on Core Essential, the core
Yeah,
page.
I bought mine directly from them.
But and then I was thinking they've got some really nice like Western style buckles.
Oh, are those new?
Yeah,
Haven't seen those.
I was looking at that one. This American flag.
Oh, I kind of have a thing about I only like the flag being on a flag, but
But you
that's
could,
just
I
me.
mean, you got the Lone Star. I mean, Taurus Bull. You know, so I can hear that the mic is picking up the fan. So you got the wind noise. Oh, everyone's talking about his show. He gave out a lot of stuff on Thursday night. A lot of stuff for his 2,000 subscriber. And yep, Gun Loving Grandpa won. Andrew Faulkner won once or twice.
Yeah, Andrew's lucky like that.
But
He comes in late, and next thing you know, bam, he hit it twice in a row.
I know. Dude, how did my image switch back? But yep, there you go. He won mag holders, ammo pouch, and tourniquet holder. So have you guys got your stuff yet, or is it still in the mail?
No, I got a tracking number. I haven't checked it here lately, though.
Yeah. And everybody who won also got a patch. So, you know, Andrew says
Oh, yeah, that's right.
he gets his Monday. Andrew's saying. So that's always good. Yeah, Andrew will get 2 patches. Welcome, 402 Outdoorsman. We've kind of had a wild ride in this chat so far. We've been everywhere. We've been everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
I think I might jump in Gary's chat tomorrow.
If he holds it, because yeah, I
I
know.
kind of like it.
Yep, it can be kind of fun.
Then y'all done created another monster, I guess. Or I'll be building a lot of flower beds for the wife to work on.
Well, there you go. You can show videos on how to build them correctly.
No, you don't want to see that. The one I just built, I went to pick up and it fell apart.
Oops.
Yeah.
Everything I build, I use the 10-foot rule. As long as it looks good from 10 feet away, I'm happy.
Oh, it looks great from the kitchen window. I told her when I laid it down, don't move it. It's good.
It, did you use wood glue or?
Nope. Screws. Screwed right in. Laid it down on the ground gently.
Wow, Midnight got a hard on for you tonight, Mr. Faas.
Always.
He's like, as long as you don't bring Faas.
I'm like a rash. I show up when you're not expecting me.
I don't know. I think Midnight likes rashes. But
Oh, someday he'll let me come on his show, and I'll tank his show like I do everybody else's.
yeah, yeah, that will be amazing. I'll have to edit that one in there. Yeah, that would definitely be an edit job.
Yeah, I want to see that one happening. Instead of doing push-ups, you can just do 22 backflips.
Yeah. 6 foot, like 350-ish pounds. I'm thinking of doing a backflip, maybe a back flop.
Tomato, tomato.
Ooh, Midnight says he's gonna send you a link.
Yeah, we'll see. I think
He doesn't even have your email, so how the hell is he gonna send you a link? What he's
he's
gonna
just
do? He's gonna be like, "Hey, gee, forward this to Mr. Foss." There's the way of how you get on this channel. When he sends me a link, I just forward it to you. Oh, there goes the end of me getting links.
yeah, I'll sneak in.
Yeah, somebody leave the back door open.
He must be mailing them through the U.S. mail.
No, he's hand delivering them. He's walking them from PA to your house. They'll get there sometime in 2 years from now. Back door open. You joke, huh? You were the butt of that joke. Ooh, 402 Club says that he found, or 402 Outdoorsman. Wow, I cannot talk. Says he found a range about 20 minutes from his house, so now he can start shooting again. So that'll be good. Get some more videos out there.
Yeah, I gotta start making some more.
Yeah, I gotta pick up like at least a GoPro or something.
Yeah, the only thing I got to use is my phone. So I gotta come up with something else.
Yeah, I might do a couple videos, with my phone and stuff before I go worrying about, trying to find some cool camera. Rich White says he's a backdoor man. Just for you, NY, I am going to make sure that I start with a Glock, and I will write on the side of it, New York Lover.
Yeah, I have to do mine the same way for him.
Yep. I put out a video of me with my KSG. Well, I showed it in a live stream.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That thing with federal high velocity, heavy duty, double out buck 3-inch rounds will rock you. I mean, it will rock you.
I got a double barrel that I bought a while back and never shot it yet. I need to go out there and shoot that a little bit tomorrow. I don't even know if the damn thing shoots.
Well, don't squeeze off both triggers at the same time.
Oh, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. Get it over with.
Get it on video. Get it on video. Opening both barrels at the same time.
Yeah, I was watching another guy, Jesse B Outdoors. He was talking about a redneck weed whacking. Took a shotgun out there and blew some bushes down by his gun range. I said, shit, I'll go out there and try that. Yeah, I slipped a couple buckshot in there and didn't know about it. Man, did it hurt. I was surprised.
Yeah.
I never did finish that video.
Yeah. I ran I didn't get any video of it, but I ran some 2 3/4 through that KSG Suprema. Can't find them anymore. I found them at Walmart a long time ago, and I ran through those like they were nothing. I mean, it felt like I was firing off a 22, and that was 2 3/4 double out buck.
Yeah, since I moved here, it's I ain't really had much use for a shotgun. Because around here you can hunt with a rifle.
Yep,
shotguns. And all I use is a 308 now.
Shotguns are great just for having a little bit of fun with bird hunting. If you do that kind of stuff, I thought about taking mine because the local range that we have here, they have clay pigeons, and trap shooting. And, the requirements are that it has to have an 18 and a half inch barrel minimum. Well, my KSG has an 18 and a half inch barrel and a 26 inch frame, 26 and a quarter overall length.
Yeah, up at the range where I go up there with Ghosts and them, they got skeet up there, they got trap. And I always wanted to try it, so I got a double barrel I'm gonna try.
Well, see, mine would be cheating because I can hold 14 plus 1 of 2 3/4.
I think all they usually use the over and unders up there mostly.
That's what a lot of the skeeter trap shooters use is, like single break tops or, over under, you know.
Yeah, maybe I'm old school. I just like the side by side.
Yeah. Well, I've got that tactical, shotgun.
I agree with New York Outcast on that.
Yep.
Using 12 gauges therapy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know. Sometimes just opening that, shooting that 12 gauge will make you get a smile on your face.
Yeah, unless you forget and you slide some buckshot in there.
Or some slug.
Yeah. I got some of them. I stayed away from them.
I talked to my coworker into getting some federal, uh, like the heavy duty slugs, high velocity slugs, and he has a mag fed, I think it's Sega 12. So I want to hear what he has to say on Monday about how his shoulder's feeling this weekend. I told him he couldn't handle doing, 30 rounds of it.
Yeah, he'll probably be hurting.
I don't like the way that KSG 25 looks. I don't. Have you guys seen the KSG 25?
No, it's a little bit out of my price range there.
I haven't seen one up close, but I've seen videos on it.
Oh, I've held a KSG 25. I just don't.
Yeah, the only thing I like in the shotgun is, like I say, a double barrel or a pump. So you're shooting a pump shotgun.
Ooh, they got some new KSGs. They got the compact.
And pull out your card.
And a tactical.
Pull out that card. Buy it. You can have it for the next show.
That's the tactical that they've got right here. Not sure if that's legal with that front. .2 pounds. Overall length is 21.5 inches. Barrel length is 13.7. It's a $1,100 MSRP on that. See, this is what the 25 looks like. That KSG 25
Oh, that ain't bad looking.
compared to that right there. That's what I have in FDE flat dark earth. That one looks pretty nice too.
Yeah.
That's the compact. I don't know how they say that that's compact when it's the overall length of the KSG is 26.1 with an 18.5 inch barrel, and it's the same exact dimensions as the regular KSG. So how do you call it a compact?
I don't know.
It's 0.1. It's 0.1 pounds lighter. So 6.9 pounds versus 6.8. Trigger pull is 5 pounds. So yeah, I mean, here you've got a magazine capacity of 14, 7 plus 7 of 2 3/4 shells. Where this one,
That was 4 and 4.
yeah, so it'd be 5 and 5 if you're running 2 3/4. Where mine runs 6 and 6 on 3 inch. So I guess that's what they're calling compact, is that they've shortened the magazine capacity. The tactical is they've shortened the magazine capacity by 2 rounds, and they shortened the overall length. That one you're probably going to have a tax stamp to have. Yep. You have to have a tax stamp to be able to get that KSG tactical.
I don't like to wait on stuff like that. If I see it, I want it now.
Yeah. Who who do you think was ignoring you? Mystic? Oh, she must have been talking about 402. She was thinking that maybe the 402 was ignoring her.
Hey, G23, I'm about to run. The old lady needs me to go out there and help her out back for a little bit.
Okay.
So I'll be in the chat here talking and listening.
Yep. We'll be on here for a little bit longer.
All right. I'll see that. Maybe I can get on my phone or something.
Yep. You should be able to jump on the phone the same way.
All right.
You just won't be able to type in the chat.
All right. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Okay. And now there was 2. So, have you picked up a new shotgun, Mr. Faas?
No. I've actually never shot a shotgun, but I want to get my first one, and I've just been waiting for the gun shops to open back up.
Well, we'll have to go shooting. I'll bring over my KSG, and you can shoot that thing.
Because I want either just a Remington 870 or Mossberg 500. A simple pump.
Microphone?
Yep.
But it's that bullpup style.
But I don't know. My gun shop had Kalashnikov, and G was telling me that that style can be problematic, but it's really cool looking.
Yeah, yeah. Everything can be problematic. It all depends. You can have two of the exact same guns. One may fire perfectly, and one may have absolute complete problems. Ohio says the 590.
But I kind of go back and forth. Just depends on the day on what I think I want.
Yeah, yeah. There's a few different ones that you know. I looked into my KSG and I didn't pay anywhere near what they what they were asking for. Like when so I bought mine private sale. One of my buddies needed some money to be able to get a new head for his motor, and so I bought the KSG for what it was costing him to get a new head for his motor. For his Oldsmobile 442 Cutlass. I got pretty lucky on that one.
I had a friend that had a Cutlass in high school. It was blue with a white interior. It was beautiful. And his girlfriend got kicked out of school, so she would sit out in his car all day while he was at school. And one day, I see his car, and it's got scratches down both sides. I mean, it's dents and scratches down both sides. Something she had done, and he wouldn't talk about it.
I would be irritated as hell if somebody got scratches on my ride. You know. Now, did she do it to his car because she got mad at him?
No, she somehow did it driving his car.
So
Like I said, he refused to talk about it.
I bet. How much problems did he get in with mommy and daddy over that?
Well, it was his car. He paid for it.
Oh. Ah, Walter has stepped out. Yes, yes, New York. The crazy ones are always fun until they're not. Uh-oh. Now you're in trouble there, Rob. still got me baffled on how my logo switched because it was showing the other one, and then in my chats, and now it's gone back to my. But then when I post something, it actually shows my logo. It's kind of weird. You got to see this if I can find my phone. See if I can send it to you.
Yeah, and all your comments, it's got the new one, the new
Yeah.
logo.
They're not going to send it to me. What happens when you're running like 6 different chats? 6 different emails. Oh, there we go. There you go. It should be going to your email. Oh, wow. Wow. Midnight's just seeming to put his foot in his mouth.
Are you talking about the one at the bottom in the picture?
Yeah. Where, for me being able to put my comments in, if you look at that
Yeah.
one, it's my old logo. But then when you look in the chat, it's my new one.
I don't know. I'll get that sometimes on maybe a couple of my troll accounts where when I go into switch accounts, sometimes it'll show an old picture that I used when I had, changed the names, changed the pictures and whatnot. But then when I go into a chat, it'll have the correct one. So I don't know, as long as it's showing up correctly where you need it to.
Yep. Yep. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I was looking last night, and one of my troll accounts has 3 subscribers.
I'm one of those.
So is Gizzard Gary.
402 Outdoorsman. I heard Waffle House was going to change their logo to a blue waffle. Yep. They're going to start promoting the blue waffle. thing that's saving New York right now is that his woman's not reading the comments. There is a nice thing on there, New York, where you can delete the comment so that she can't read that. Do you read Midnight's comment?
Yeah.
And uh,
Well, Blitz showed up.
better late than never. How's it going, Blitz? So yeah, I don't know. I want to get a new firearm. I just don't know what the hell I want, honestly.
Yeah, that's. I'm going back and forth if I should do a shotgun next or a pistol. Because I want to get a 45, but I want a shotgun. So, yeah. I don't know.
Have a good evening, Mystic. It's only been like 3 hours there, Blitz. We could get Midnight in here and go for like 8 or 10 hours.
Oh, this chat seemed to go fast.
I know. Yep. And then when we had Gun Loving Grandpa in here, and Two Gun Kitty in here, yeah, you get every Rich is out there talking about double teaming. So Rob says he chose the 500 over the 870 due to the foregrip release and two extractors. So
Well, everybody I talk to will tell me which one they like. And so it's kind of 50-50 on the two.
what you need to do is go to a range that you can rent them and try them out yourself.
I would rather just buy one, and then if I don't like it, I'll buy the other one.
Well, that's one way of doing it. Or you just go with a KSG and
I would probably get that KS12 before I got a KSG. The Kalashnikov.
yeah.
It was purdy.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Rich is saying he spelled tiger. I knew he was spelling tiger, but I like what you were saying was funnier.
Well, now that I look at it, it does maybe. I bet you I can spell tiger. We'll see. There you go. I guess I should probably read better.
No, I see. I knew what Rich was typing. I'll say what I want to say.
Exactly.
'Cause I do. It's one of my favorite characters. Is Tigger. Um, I've always loved the Winnie the Pooh books.
Yep. We call one of my cousins Tigger. Well, that's what we grew up calling him. Now he doesn't like that nickname too much. Oh, yo, mama can't connect. Pancake Boy's in the house.
Well, well, well. What's going on?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Let's start this party up.
Well, we already had one request by Blitz to turn this into a marathon.
Let's do it. Take your pants off, man.
Who had pants on to begin with?
Oh shit! It's gonna be that kind of party.
I mean, we got,
So, Midnight, have you put together the rest of that AR, or have you
No,
just done the lower?
I haven't. I have an upper picked out. I just don't know if I have the funds to go ahead with it yet. You know what I mean? I know I've really decided what exactly what I want to do. It's just a matter of, can I afford it right now, or I might wait for sale. I might wait for like Memorial Day here or Father's Day or something, and see if the price comes down at all. It's not a I'm not in a huge hurry to get it. I'd love to, and if I had money to burn, I'd do it. I just I don't know if I can do it yet. I've got an upper at PSA that I decided that I want to go with.
What
I'm not gonna
length barrel?
10.5 inch.
Oh, so it's a rifle.
No, it'll be a pistol. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. A pistol.
yeah. 10.5 inch, 300 blackout.
so
Hey,
Kingpin
I've
wants to know,
won. Go ahead.
Kingpin wants to know what you're going to chamber that in.
300 blackout, I think.
You're not
I
going to go 6.5.
no, I think I think I'll probably just do 300 blackout. That way I can use mags and the same bolt and all that kind of stuff. If I want to switch bolts out or something, if something would happen with a 5.56, and yeah, I just for a pistol, 300's nice. 300's fine. I wanted to. I mean, I've wanted to do a pistol ever since I did my rifle, but in Pennsylvania, it's kind of nice to have it as a pistol if you're ever going to carry it, on road trips or anything like that. So that's another good reason to do it as a pistol in PA. Keep it loaded.
So there's a comment from the one percenter on the screen for you.
Yeah, he chambered in Godzilla. Yeah, it's GZ 300. It's the Godzilla 300. Yeah, he had a blast. I tell you what, man. Um, we had a really good time putting that thing together. That was a lot of fun. If you
You should have
you
done a
have,
video on it.
yeah, I know, and I didn't because we don't. We're trying to we're keeping him off of you know videos and stuff like that because he's little and we want him to. If he decides that he wants to do something like that in a couple of years, and that's fine. But for now, we don't want to put him out on the internet. And, with me doing what I do online and stuff, there's some creeps out there, man. So we want to
Yeah.
be safe.
Have
It's like,
you seen that little girl in Florida who has a channel?
Oh, there's tons of them. You know, my son watches one that does a lot of stuff. I mean, he loves it, and he would want to do it, but you know, we're just trying to be safe. You know what I mean? It's so
Yeah.
sketchy, man. There was actually just something. Not that this was a kid that was online, but my wife was telling me the other day they posted some channel that was like grooming kids and stuff, and having kids send them pictures and shit. It's just like, yeah, it makes you not want to associate your kid with it at all. You know what I mean? It's just so scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you know,
My son's at the age where he'll wave hello as he's passing, but wants to do his
yeah,
own thing.
yeah,
I
yeah.
forget.
But we had fun. We let him drop the pins in. He dropped the tents in. He put the springs in. You know, that kind of thing. So, and he was a hell of a good cheerleader all the way throughout it. So it was really fun. I'm excited to do another one. I really want to. I mean, if like again, if I had the funds sitting around, I'd probably build a couple of lowers and just take them away because it was so much fun to do. I really enjoyed it.
Couldn't you do like a video with him and just put it on Patreon and not actually release it on YouTube?
Yeah, but I mean, look at the crews that are on my Patreon.
I'm not on there. I'm not on there, so I don't know.
Those are the biggest creeps.
Those are the ones that don't go on your Patreon.
Yeah, yeah. So we, yeah. So what you guys doing anything special tomorrow?
Nope. My mom's in Washington. I'm in Southern Oregon.
Who
It's a
drives that?
it's a 10-hour drive, and I have to work at 3 a.m. Monday
His
morning.
mom, his mom was probably in labor longer than it would take for him to drive up there. He was
Nope.
this guy.
I was a quick kid. I was 2
You were
weeks.
happy.
I was 2 weeks early. I was like, screw this, get me out of here. I'm ready for the world.
My mom's dead, so no.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm gonna have to redo my duck and hook it to my other email address instead of, because I actually created my channel email after I'd already had the duck going, because I didn't think it was going to gain any traction. So I was like, yeah, I'll just use my
yeah,
personal email.
yeah. Yeah. When I started doing it, I did a Gmail with my account or with my name and for my channel name or whatever. But I tend to use it for other stuff now too, because my original email, had so much garbage in it that I don't even look at it half the time. It just collects shit.
So here's some pictures that Mr. Rob D sent in.
There you go.
I think this one was directly at Mr. DM, since it's got Piglet and Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we did a bunch of colored eggs for Easter. Tried to do it all high tech, and they had this little spinner thing that my wife bought for him because it looked kind of cool, almost like a salad spinner. You know what I mean? It like spins around,
Yeah,
spins around, and you're supposed to put the egg in there and drop a couple drops of the coloring in there and spin it. And it's supposed to make it like marbled looking.
kind of like
That
this
thing
one
was
over, kind of like that one.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, we ended up. It's funny. That didn't last very long, and then we just did it old school and started dipping them with the wire dipper. Like forever. It was 100 years ago.
I don't know. I kind of like those two.
Yeah, those are cool.
We know
Yeah,
Rob
those
D
are
had
really
nothing. We know Rob D had nothing to do with it because of the way the logos turned out.
well. That's the Easter Bunny. The Easter Bunny dropped them off like that. I'm sure. Smith and Wesson, when it was probably Yankee dressed up as the Easter Bunny, dropped that off. The
Rich says,
Easter Yankee.
Rich says that his wife's rifle was a combo, birthday and Mother's Day, because her birthday was yesterday. Well, tell her happy birthday from all of us crazy YouTubers. And
Who
then
was that?
the one percenter.
Oh, cool.
That one right there.
Well, what was it? I didn't even know he bought a rifle.
Yeah, he bought her. Oh crap! A Bushmaster.
Oh, really? Oh, awesome.
Yeah. I forget what it was. 6.5.
Huh. Very cool.
Maybe he'll decide to refresh our memories.
Mm-hmm.
Midnight scared the shit out of my wife at his restaurant.
It happens.
Well, yeah, you're eating and all of a sudden that ugly mug just appears out of nowhere. Yeah, you're going to kind of crap yourself. I'm just saying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I scare a lot of people. It's what it is.
Oh,
What are you going to
sorry. It's a Ruger American 450 Bushmaster. I did
Oh, okay.
Bushmaster right.
No, they're really cool, man. The Rugers have been. I haven't heard anybody say anything about the Ruger Americans. My cousin has one in 6.5 Creedmoor, and it's a great shooter. I've shot it.
The round that never took off.
A 6.4 Creedmoor or 6.5 Creedmoor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they named it. It's a good rifle. It's nice, comfortable. He has the same scope on it that Roe Call just bought for his deer rifle, that Vortex Crossfire. But I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about the Ruger American. I mean, every review and everybody that I've ever heard talk about them is pretty much like the only thing they ever have to say bad about it is maybe personal preference. Like, I wish the stock was a little this, that, or the other thing, but nothing bad for sure. I recommend it.
There's a nice little tip for you.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh. It wasn't on her birthday. He has a little bit of class. The one percenter says.
All right, I got to bolt, guys. I got to get some stuff. Do a stop here before I get home.
Yep,
I will. Hopefully, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. Hopefully. So,
Yep.
tell your wife and kids we say hi. Haven't seen her
Oh
in
yeah,
the
absolutely.
chat much.
Yeah, she's been heading to bed. She's been going to sleep. We're a little bit on opposite schedules. I've been. The restaurant's been weird because we're splitting opening shifts because we're not super fully staffed yet. So one of us will work a late shift, and then the next day we'll open. So it's kind of weird. So some of these days are for her long days, and she likes to crash. So
Yep.
yeah, it's been a little weird.
Split shifts suck.
Sometimes start listening. Yeah, she'll start to listen sometime. But so,
Yeah.
all right, you guys have a good night. Have fun. I'll be listening. All right. Thanks,
Okay.
Yeah,
guys.
take care.
Oh. Got to pancake boy in for a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn about, do I get a Riley Defense AK-74? Do I get a Smith & Wesson 4006 CHP gun? Or do I get
Uh,
an AR-15?
that's kind of what I've been doing, going back and forth between this or that, or shotgun, rifle, lever gun,
Yeah,
lever gun.
yeah. I've been looking at those levers, and especially after Travis put it on his channel and was showing a bunch of them. Oh, there's a lot of people that have the CHP guns. Shit. Summit, Gunbroker has it. Gunbroker has it. CDNN Sports. Uh, Proxy Bid. Gun.deals.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are talking about them right now.
Yeah, I've been looking at them for quite a while.
Oh, I think if I got one, I would get the 10 millimeter.
Got that one right there. And if you, it's got the CHP and the serial number. So Rob says he'll take all four. No reason to stress over which one to get him. I don't know, Ozzy. I heard there's a guy that makes custom leather holsters for 4006s. But yeah, I've been contemplating on that for a while. So yeah, all metal, 40 cal. my question is if you buy that, can you carry it into California, or is it you can't carry it in there because it's not a roster gun? Only the police had it.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't on the roster.
So who knows? But I have I have no clue. I don't plan on going into California anytime soon. Even though I'm closer to California than I am to Washington. Yep. You got a couple different people saying that there might be somebody in this chat that knows how to make a holster for that 4006. But can you make a holster for a mare's leg to go on a Harley?
At the last rally in Olympia, Washington, there was a guy that had a mare's leg and a holster on his hip.
Wow, that's some dedication to the mare's leg.
It was pretty cool looking.
Ozzy says that he hears that guy that makes custom holsters that's in the chat is expensive. So, but we've got 18 people out there in the chat. So, and sometimes you spend a little more on a good leather holster, you know. There's just some guns that deserve to be in a leather holster over being in a Kydex holster.
Oh, revolvers should always be in a leather holster, I think.
Yes. Rob D has a good point. You get what you pay for with custom work. Yep, if somebody does custom work that's dirt cheap, you probably don't want it. Is that your mic popping, or is that my mic popping?
That might have been me. I just unmuted.
Oh.
When I use the inline, sometimes it'll give a little pop.
Yeah. Oh, New York's saying as long as he gets a discount, he doesn't care what anyone else has to pay. Yeah. One of these days, I'll think about getting a new sidearm. I'll just have to make sure I think about it when the wife's not around.
Yeah, I just bought a friend upgraded his safe, so I bought his old rifle safe, and my wife asked me, "Are you going to fill that one up?" I just told her it's all stuff that we had discussed, and she said, "Well, we discussed it. I didn't agree to it."
See, sometimes you got to live by that old saying: it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Well, for the most part, we have a "don't ask, don't tell" policy. I don't ask, and she doesn't want to know.
Yeah, but the thing is when she goes to sell them, after she's gonna sell them for what you said you paid for them. So you know,
Well, I told my brother-in-law that if something happens to me, he can have everything, and if he wants to keep them, keep them. Wants to sell them, he can sell them. I don't care. I'll be dead.
exactly.
But that way, my wife doesn't have to worry about dealing with any of that.
Yeah, but then again, you have to worry about is the state gonna step in and say no?
Yeah, I'm thinking I want to do a gun trust so I can put him on it.
I guess that would be one way to circumvent that. Till Inslee figures a way of screwing that up.
Uh,
Hopefully, he gets voted out in November.
I I do. I with all the stuff that he's done, I don't know how people can't be upset, but I know there's people that aren't upset.
I watched his live stream on Facebook, and I'd say a good 60% of the people that were commenting were saying, about how they want to get rid of him.
Yeah.
But then again, actions speak louder than words. And if you look at what happened with like 1639, what, it was 5 counties that passed that for the entire state.
Well, there's a whole bunch that was wrong with that. I mean, just the process when they were gathering signatures to put it on
Oh,
the
yeah.
ballot. It should have never made it by rule. It should have never even made it that far. But the state attorney general, is anti-gun. So he said, "Yeah, there's some stuff that wasn't done right, but it doesn't matter. We're going to let it go through anyways."
Yep.
When I know for a fact in the past there's been other initiatives that were stopped because the paperwork wasn't done right, or there were too many things put in, so it was too broad, and all things that 1639 is that should have stopped it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what they did, like to almost every initiative, uh, Eisman put in, even if they were done correctly, they still found some loophole to be able to overturn them. Or like the $30 tabs that they started adding all these other fees and administrations and all this.
Well, that $30 tabs has been passed 3 times, and the first 2 times basically they ignored it. They came up with some emergency so they could get around it, and then this last one they're fighting it in the courts, so it hasn't been implemented yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have friends and family up in Washington, so I still, keep up with what's going on back there. And sometimes I think, well, maybe I like the area that I was in. I just don't like the cost of living that has happened in that area.
Yeah.
I mean, with like rent and stuff that's $1,100-$1,200 a month for a 1 bedroom apartment. It's like, okay, how could a person really afford that? Especially when there's not many jobs that are going to be paying much more than minimum wage. Ah, guy that comment showed up. So he says in the trust would be a good idea. No gun shall be turned in a gun buyback. You know, so there's all different kinds of ideas you can go with. You got any topics you want to discuss?
Not offhand. I think we've covered most of what I was thinking about.
Mr. Rob D, you want to jump on and discuss anything, or? Well, I'm not sure. Throw the link out there if anyone else wants to jump on and discuss anything, or may get ready to end this. I have 0 more topics. Rob, you're not that bad. We'll turn you into a Glock lover one of these days.
I don't know, shooting one. I don't know if I'll say changed my mind about Glocks, but I can appreciate a Glock now. I still wouldn't buy one though.
They get the job done. Rob's just a secret Glock owner. He just doesn't want anyone to know that he has a 19 in his gun safe. You notice he's not denying it. You got the Three Stooges playing with a bolt action rifle, and
You do not want that.
And they never, cocked the bolt before firing the second round. Welcome, Rob D.
Hello, people. How's it going?
So it's going pretty good. So are you coming on to tell us how you secretly own like 2 or 3 Glocks in your uh, your arsenal? That
No.
okay, well, when you're ready to come out of the closet, you just let us know.
I've considered getting one just to treat it badly and throw it in the dirt and stuff, just for the point. But it's not on the top of my list. And you could always talk about, I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg with Glock, Smith and Wesson. But, I mean, I know Glock kicked out there first, but Smith kind of jumped on. Yeah, there could have been a little lawsuit. But, how things are these days, lawyers.
Yeah.
And then Glock, kind of came out like the M&P with the back straps, the recoil spring. I thought perfection didn't need to change.
Well, when they went to the double captured spring, that was
That's when they had all those troubles, wasn't it?
well. See, what happened was they had did the spring setup for the 40 and tried using the same spring setup and throw it in the 9mm, and so
That's not smart.
so they were having a lot of the same problems. But like if you look at the Gen 3s and stuff, the 9mm has one spring weight, your 40 has a different spring weight, as a standard spring weight. Yeah, you can get lighter spring weights or heavier spring on there. You can run a 15-pound, you can run a 17.
I thought perfection just worked. I'm sorry.
Well, the stock spring works just fine.
I'm messing with you, man.
Yeah, but just like in any firearm, if you depending upon what your load is and depending upon you can switch so that you have less felt recoil. I think more of that's just it's not that it's perfection, it's preference.
That's not what Glock claimed.
Well, if you change your spring weight, you're changing it by preference. You're not changing it because there's anything wrong with the stock.
What about when you change your sights because they popped off?
I haven't had any problems with mine popping off. Now, if you go playing around with your sights and you forget to put Loctite back on them, and then you keep shooting, yeah, you're probably going to lose your front sight. But that goes with any firearm.
Help myself.
That goes with any firearm. There you go. Uplift Mofo Party Plan says that he has many Glocks, and they're the most reliable of all of his guns.
Yeah, Glock's paid off a lot of people. It's a shame.
I'm looking at diversifying a little more. I've looked at some SIGs, a couple CZs, then of course that 4006 Smith & Wesson.
No, I think a lot of people go with Glock because of the name and everything, like I said before. It's a safe bet for your friends and everybody else, and they do work and they're great. But yeah, it's all preference. As long as you can hit with it, that's all that matters.
Yep. Hopefully I can plug in time. I just looked down and my battery was at 6%.
Of course, worst come to worst, you can always toss the Glock at somebody too. So.
Yep. And then when you find some more mags loaded, you can then turn around, pick it up, and go ahead and reuse it again.
Yeah. Might not have sights, but you'll be able to use it.
Yeah. Who needs sights? Look at.
I never had any problems with the one I had. I honestly didn't. So I just, like I said, it's such a touchy thing. I can't help myself with messing around with it. So
look at Patriot in the Dark. He says you don't need sights on any gun. He says the first thing you should do on any gun you buy is take the sights off.
no, he's a wild man. Yeah, so what'd you guys have for dinner tonight? Anything good? Is that your cat or the wife?
That's the cat yelling.
All right.
I haven't had dinner yet.
Locked up in the closet.
Yeah. It's only 6:30 out here on the right coast.
We're in the past.
Ah.
So.
Well, sucks for you guys.
What are you talking about? We still have sunlight. You guys are in darkness.
Yeah.
Snow and darkness.
Yeah, being behind all the time has got to suck. So us in the east, we feel for you guys.
I lived on the East Coast. I came back to the best coast.
That's what those wanted posters are about. So what's on the menu then?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess whatever the wife makes. Oh, there you can hear the wife yelling and laughing in the background. It sounds like I ain't getting dinner.
Fending for yourself night, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, we have those once in a while.
If it's a fend for yourself kind of night, then I'm gonna go get some lingua.
I don't even know what that is.
Cow tongue.
Oh, that's why.
Cow tongue tacos, cow tongue burrito. Man, you don't know what you're
like
missing.
that, huh?
It's damn good. It's just like having.
Oh man, you can
like
keep that all for yourself, buddy.
It's just like having, like a pot roast. You don't even know what you're missing until you try it.
Keep those Rocky Mountain oysters, ham hocks, all that. All you, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm not into that Rocky Mountain oyster.
In my opinion, I would think that's dog food material, but that's just me. They mix that in with the roadkill and stuff like that.
Gun-loving grandpa's out there saying he doesn't eat anything that can lick him back.
I agree with that. Well, There you go.
Well, there's
Yeah,
another
we'll
reason
leave
why
it
he's a closet case. Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, the format of the show almost changed for a second.
Yep. It almost went from PG to triple X in about 30 seconds.
Late night with Rob D.
Hey, you want some numbers? Tell you that's the way to do it.
I don't know. I've been steadily growing, and pretty soon I'll have more people than you.
Well, that's not a very big accomplishment. I'm pretty unlikable.
Yeah, we seem to like you. We keep having you come back. It was.
Yeah, you'll catch on one of these days. I don't know what to tell you.
It could just be I like the punishment.
Yeah, back and forth good once in a while. You can't have fun. What's the point? Yeah, to me, that's the point of this in a sense. Bull crap a little bit. You learn a little bit. Yeah, things like that. Connections from things. Yeah, other people see it as a business. So that's their choice. So.
Yep. It's fun for me. You know, I'm out here just having some fun. You know.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I used to laugh. I'd see some of these shows and I'll be like, look at these guys. They ain't doing jack crap. Blah, 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 blah. And now I'm sitting here on half the shows. But, but I still try to work while I'm, still try to do stuff. That's why most of my stuff I'm always on the phone. So I just have an issue with sitting still anyway. So I'm a pacer. That's the only thing people don't like. Sit down, sit down. You're making me nervous. Yeah, it's just normal.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that's up walking around all the time. Oh, the cat found the
desk
key.
job would kill me.
I drive forklift, so I don't have to worry about staying in one place very long.
I get upset when I got to spend the day, working on like 2-3 estimates and trying to deal with permits where the whole day just turned out to be paperwork. Yeah, that's part of the job. It sucks. The cramped fingers, the numb butt. It's like, I don't know how people do this all day.
You gotta switch over to doing it on a like tablet, so that this way you can just punch, with a finger instead of having to do all the other crap.
I should. I'd like to get, like different format. Actually, we had it set up that way on our old computer, but we ended up getting a different one for my daughter's school purposes or whatever. And that I use for videos now. But basically, we haven't really set that up yet because the new one's Windows 10. And I'm so cheap, I don't want to pay any monthly fees for anything. So I almost had a meltdown when I switched over and realized I couldn't use half my stuff 30 days after we set it all up. So. But yeah, still have the old one, so considered hooking that back up. It's just a lot of the images and logos and stuff printed out all in format. It was a lot easier to pop in, just change a few things or whatever. So I should do something, but guess we haven't gotten to that yet.
Yeah. Oh. I gotta try finding.
It's messed up because I was under the impression you had to pay for just about everything on Windows 10. And then people I were talking to were like, no, it's great. It's not a problem. It's, I don't know what you heard and all this. And I'm like, all right, order this computer. And then, they give you a free trial. I didn't realize it was all free trials. I was like, well, everything works. Like, huh. and then 30 days later, it was like a nightmare.
Yep.
Like, oh my God, this thing's like a paperweight. Like,
you could easily, like, switch over to running, like Linux or something.
sounds like somebody kicked an amplifier on. Start a
But
concert in here, huh?
that was probably plugging the computer in.
Yeah, it should do something. I mean, we've kind of adapted to it now and came up with a working system, but I like the old system better, honestly.
Like on my desktop, I run Linux, I run Ubuntu, and so like I have nothing. And if I need to run like a Windows-based program, I can run it through Wine, Windows emulator. I can emulate anything. I can emulate Windows 98. I can do Windows 10. I can emulate all of that. So if I need to.
Yeah, I just got to find a tech guy, somebody I can get to set everything up and make disappear for safety reasons.
Windows, the nice thing about like running Ubuntu or running Linux is it's pretty much just like running Windows. A lot of people think, oh, well, you got to know how to do DOS commands and everything like that. Well, yeah, if you want to go in and like modify the kernel, the brain of it, if you get into that kind of stuff, you can go in, but everything is free. If you ever have a problem, there's forums you can go in and ask questions, and they'll give you walkthroughs on how to do things.
Yeah, so I've always been warned to stay away from forums. So maybe I've gotten bad information, but from what I hear, most of them are full of bad information. So I assume that can't be the case in every place, but
yeah, it all depends on what kind of forum you're looking at. There's forums for good and bad, but a lot of the Linux forums are your geeky people that are gonna kind of guide you with the right stuff, with the right informations, and they have pretty good walkthrough tutorials on how to do anything that you need to be able to do. And the nice thing is so you go buy a computer that has Windows, and it says, hey, you've got 1 terabyte of a 1 terabyte hard drive, and then when you actually open it up and you check what your storage space is, you find out your operating system's using 3/4 of that, and you don't have the space that you completely thought you had.
yeah, it seems like no shock. So no, I believe that's what I had was 1 terabyte. When I opened mine up, I still had quite a bit of room, but it's not really being used for a whole lot now. So we have other systems and devices in the household as well. So that one's kind of purposely used, but I was shocked there wasn't more with the amount of video I have stored on it, and photos.
But yeah, if you look at what your like system operations takes up,
Shocked there wasn't less space, I should state.
if you look at what your system operations takes, and then if install like Linux, you'll notice it takes like 1/3 of the space.
Well, I'm always looking for a tech guy, one that's got a terminal illness that won't last more than a month after the job's done.
Well, there's a lot of those people that are friends with the Clintons. Oh.
I don't mind certain things getting out, but I got to get my cut. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
That was a bad attempt at humor.
Right now I have a Chromebook that I'm using to do this all on. So I need to build me a new computer.
I went cheap and kind of custom did mine from Walmart, refurbished. So it was pretty cheap. It did come with a warranty, but it did die a year after I got it. Just the power supply went out on it. So
You can replace the power supply pretty cheap.
yeah, they offered the company offered to do it. Actually, what they offer, they said they didn't want to fix it, but they'd give me so much money back to replace it or something, which kind of upset me. But I ended up taking the money back, and then I used that to have a service shop throw it in, which I kind of feel dumb about because I'm sure I could have done it myself, but
Oh yeah.
I didn't want to take a chance at the time with what was going on. So my daughter had a lot going on with school at that point, so I didn't want to take a chance. With there's a lot of things I didn't want to risk losing. So I know it probably wouldn't have been an issue, but I figured that nobody was going to be yelling at me about it. So I just used the money they kicked me back and had them install it, which took a long time, longer than I think it should have. And then they lost my box that I sent it in, had it wrapped nice with the box it came with all the foam and stuff. They threw away my box. They threw away the power cord. Like, I couldn't believe it. What kind of business is this?
Yeah.
And then gave me crap about it because I asked about the box. And I was like, well, things break. What if I got to move? What if I need to do it again? It's like it came with a nice box. You figure that's my property. I don't know why you're throwing it away anyway, but. And then they were kind of all snarky. And then I remembered I was in New York, so I was happy I got my computer back and just left it at that.
Yep. But that's the one thing. A lot of those repair shops, I don't know.
Well, this is like the biggest one in town. They're supposed to be the good guys. Yeah. They just have really good advertising, I think.
Yeah.
Not seem very professional once you've dealt with them. Everything's great till you drop something off. After that fact, that's when everything changes.
Yep. But yeah, to replace a power supply should have been like 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they had to run system diagnostic and all types of other crap. I didn't want them even bothering it. As far as I'm concerned, all they needed to do is make sure the light came on when they replaced the part, call me up, and I'm on my way. They felt the need to search my computer for God knows what. So, well, system checks, whatever they like to call it.
Make sure there's no viruses.
Yeah, search for those photos you don't want out, all that good stuff.
That's why you keep all that on a thumb drive. You don't keep it on your computer.
Oh, of course not. But I'm sure that's what they, there's a lot of mandating reporting with a lot of different things. So, in my state, doing a gun channel, pictures of guns everywhere, things like that. Other things, you put pieces together, and the next thing you know, I got an agent at my door. So, it already happened with my brother once. So.
What they do is when you take your computer into a shop, they're required to make sure you have no like child porn on your friggin' computer.
Yeah. Nowadays, what's to say something isn't implanted in your computer? I don't know. A lot of the big computer companies have things, back doors and things implanted after they leave. So, I don't know. When you work for government for a little while, not that I do now, you learn not to trust anything.
Exactly.
There's always a way. It just depends whether you're on a radar or not.
Yep. And see, the thing about with Windows is easily hackable.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they don't control half the politicians. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It don't have to be true. Perception, public perception is enough to kill you or condemn you. It don't have to be true.
There's always skeletons in somebody's closet that they don't want out.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some manufactured skeletons in some people's closets as well.
Yep. So, you looking to add anything new to your collection?
Yeah, all 4 of the guns are going to buy me. I can't wait.
I don't think any single one of those is allowed in New York. So, man, if you want them, you got to move out of New York.
No, right now I'm not really in the market for anything unless something came to me really cheap or I was offered, but something I couldn't say no to. But at this point, I'm just trying to, I guess, stock options instead of firearms at this point. So, don't know which way things are going to go, how things are going to pan out. I've had a lot of calls lately for work, so that's a plus.
Hell yeah.
But me and the rest of the world are 2 different things. So, no.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of faith in what's going on personally. So, don't want to sound negative, but it just seems like, there's a lot more going on. What's being told to us, in my opinion.
There's always
I haven't trusted the financial sector for I can't tell you how many years, but I don't know. I got a bad feeling. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully things work out. But when you look back on history, there's usually a pretty good sign at the start of a decline. And nobody thought it would happen, and we're in the same boat everybody else was right before things got real bad. Maybe we're just that much better or different, or our people are that much smarter than everybody else. But in the end, we're all people. So I don't know.
Hey, woman, want to give me a juice?
I'd always rather play things safe than be sorry later.
Yep. You got to make sure you have a few things stuffed away in a mattress.
Yeah, options are a good thing. Mainly, I think people that don't have guns for defense or don't have a good setup, that's a good option. But a lot of people, I think, would be better off having less debt or reducing what they need to put out. But again, that's just my opinion. So, when you're not tied to a credit card, a bank loan, payments, 2 paychecks away from losing everything, that's a taste of freedom, in my opinion.
Yep. That's where I've been kind of holding off purchasing any new firearms to get some loans paid off. So
Yeah, I think it's a good move, especially people with personal debts, friendships and family and things like that. I think could be very valuable if things stay rough for a long time. So you
yep,
owe your friend, $60 or whatever the case is. A lot better to pay them off and have them on your side later than, a package of hamburger goes up to $20 and they're hungry for food. They're going to be beating on your door for that $60. So
yeah, that's why. Like I have a pretty solid rule about I never loan money I can't just give away.
That's
yeah,
kind of the
that's a
rule I have is I
good
never
rule.
loan anything I'm not willing to lose.
Yeah. And you put yourself at risk any other way. And if you're dependent on that, payment back on your payments, then you're pretty brave.
Yeah, like a lot of my buddies and I, you know, somebody says, hey, can I get $20? And you just give them the $20, and then if you're like, hey, you know, you got $20 I can borrow, they just pass it all around. No one keeps track of. Oh well, you owe me $100. It's just all just kind of.
Yeah. And well, money ruins a lot of relationships. So it's
Yep.
like you said, it's better off just doing it like you stated. If you can't afford to live without it, then don't loan it. Uh, it's a shame. I've seen a lot of families broke apart and weird stuff all due to money, especially like a death. Somebody dies, whole family gets arguing about who gets what, this and that. I was told this. I mean, people get so nasty when it comes down to money. It's a
Exactly.
shame.
Wow, we still got 13 people out there.
Better to pay things off now than be in real dire straits and have people beating on the door for collection.
Yep. See, I figure if I can get everything paid off right now, when when this gets over with, and a lot of those homes hit the market due to foreclosure and stuff, I'll be able to pick up a nice house for pennies on the dollar.
And if everything straightens out, you'll be in a better position then with more options. That's in my opinion the whole point of it. I think it's nuts when I hear people talking about $600 cell phone bills and stuff. I mean, it's like, holy crap.
Yep.
Hopefully people realize the difference between wants and needs at this point, but we'll see.
I I have a prepaid cell phone plan. I go with Boost Mobile. I made
I
my
used them a long time ago, years ago, but that time they sucked and didn't have like high speed internet or anything. It was a crap deal. They kept telling me next month, and I was like, all right, going and paying my bill, and then it kept coming up the same thing next month. And I finally was like, oh, the heck with this.
yeah. I just don't want to be locked into a long term contract because you never know what
Yep.
situation could arise, and all of a sudden, oh crap, I'm on the hook for $600, and
Yep.
if I don't pay it, I'm going to be paying a $5,000 fee.
hmm Yeah, I don't bother. It's too much money in my opinion, and it always sounds great, but you get the new phone, or the wife and kid get the new phone and all this, but to me, it's just not worth it. I'd rather have the freedom. Plus, depending on lifestyles, employment, things like that, having a phone tracked back to your personal information isn't always the wisest thing.
Yeah. with the prepaid phones, you can just buy the phone and set it up as Don Julio.
Yep, you can do whatever you like. Yeah, got a couple.
It's funny, mine is set up as New York Outcast.
Is that why I'm getting all those Adam and Eve letters in the mail now?
Exactly.
Okay.
Can't have it coming to my house.
Now it makes sense.
I thought you'd like that new subscription.
Yeah. The little pleasures in life.
Oh,
No, it just seems easier. You're not tied in. And if you want a new phone, you can go pick a new phone up. It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about waiting so long or all this crap. Don't have to pay $800 for your phone or whatever. So,
yep. Or you can only get a new phone every 2 years.
and I prefer keeping a phone. So honestly, once you get used to it and figure it all out, I really don't care if the next one's got 5 more features I'm not going to use anyway. So it doesn't matter. It's just me, but it's more of a pain to get it going. So my other phone, I can't even get through a phone call without hanging up on somebody. It's like due to the touch screen. I don't know what the deal is, but either I'm opening up 5 different windows or pages, or I'm hanging up on somebody when I'm on the phone call. So can't stand the damn thing.
When I'm on a phone call, I make sure I lock my screen so that it doesn't do anything.
I don't think my El Cheapo does that.
Oh yeah, it does. Because when you have your black screen or whatever, your screen when it's just sitting, not being used, there's a way to go. Like most of your Samsungs, you can just hit the power button just one time, just a real tap, and it'll turn the screen black, so that you can't, and then you have to swipe to open it back up. So, unless you're watching like,
give it a try next time. A very vocal cat.
Oh, that's the second one.
How many? My goodness.
Were you choking him?
The wife is making her. Yeah, you can get. We have one of them. She's about 30 pounds, and she's a tortoiseshell. A tortoiseshell is what they call. And yeah, she used to be real stocky. Now, the last about a year and a half, she's just gone to being fat, no longer being stocky. She was all muscle for the longest time. Now she's just
spoiling her.
Hey, I feed her potato chips. She loves potato chips.
Yeah, I always found it's good to follow the guidelines with pets. Don't drop out, especially like if you're dealing with dogs and labs or something.
Yeah.
People love them, and just you want them to be happy. If you open it up, just keep the bowl full. But later down the line, when they can't get around and back legs are going out, it's kind of hard not to wonder if you could have done something a little better. But so I know that shit. Even with my kids, I just measure out a cup of this or half a cup of that or whatever. That way nobody complains. It's all, everybody's getting the same amount and save your whining. So But that way, you can actually monitor or keep track of things. But everybody does it differently.
Yeah, I've always fed her potato chips. Ever since she was a little kitten.
How many times have you been to a vet?
I take her in yearly for her yearly checkup.
Yeah. After about the first or second time, I went from no outside cats to only having an inside cat if I have one, and
Yep, they're inside
try to
only.
do things careful because, man, they are not cheap. Like,
Yeah.
I about have a stroke every time I go to a vet. You gotta be kidding. I'm more on these pets than I've done on myself.
Yeah, mine are indoor only. They don't go outside. And most, I think yearly checkup for the two is $70. That's just going in and making
I've
sure that you're healthy.
never bought a pet myself. Actually, I'm lying. I got my daughter a rabbit she wanted. But other than that, I've never personally bought a pet for myself. But I couldn't stand dishing out money just to dish out more money. So, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, we rescued ours from
They should be paying me. Yeah, that's the way to go, I think. There's so many out there. You can find something you like. You got to drive to a different town and look around or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine have basically been strays that were smart and played me. So
they
played me by winning the girls over or something, and then I can say no, but yeah, they don't always listen, unfortunately.
They figured out the way to get in the house.
Yep. Told the lady no about the last one. She had to pick it up anyways. It tried to run underneath the porch, and she caught it. And, just by chance, it ran up her sweatshirt and got stuck in her hoodie there. So nothing we could do. Thought it was, I'd just leave her there, but she'd end up walking home. So still wouldn't have won. Just would have been had a more miserable life for a longer time.
You would have been in real trouble then.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been good.
I think everybody in the chat went to sleep.
Yeah, I bored them. Tell you about the stabbings and the shootings and the fires and the police getting tossed around like rag dolls, thrown downstairs, and the crazy guy running around naked stabbing people, and all the fun stuff about New York.
You were out there again on Friday night? I told you.
No, it wasn't me, man.
Running naked down the road? I told you, you're going to get in trouble.
I guess there was a couple in the last couple of days. I don't know.
Man.
Every time I hear that, I just keep thinking, yep, and that's why I carry. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what happened. Things were heating up pretty good in my area for a while, and then I don't know, maybe the last week or so, it seemed like things died down, and then it just exploded. And now it's this last weekend, it's almost been nonstop sirens. There's things going on everywhere, so I don't know what the heck happened, but strange.
Every once in a while I pop on Facebook and I have Blue Lives Matter on my deal, and they'll tell me, like, please take out armed suspect abducted, holding an abducted baby. I think that's the one that happened in Seattle.
Was he threatening to hurt the child or something?
If it's the one I'm thinking it was, uh, he and so him and his girlfriend had got into an argument, and he like slapped her or beat the crap out of her the night before he went to jail. They got released. She and her kid were at a park in Seattle, and he showed up to the park with a gun, fired the gun a couple times in the park, grabbed the kid, and took off and kidnapped the kid. And then the Seattle Police Department tracked him down, chased him through a couple backyards, and then shot him.
Wow. And he was holding the kid, running and holding the kid when they shot him?
Yeah. I think he was
Wow.
getting ready in the video, it looked like he was getting ready to jump a fence, so he was kind of next to the fence when they shot him.
That's a pretty risky call there.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd want to take that shot, even with a police union backing me up. Seems you would need to be, the child would have been in immediate risk of death or something like that before you would take that chance. Like, could have been a PR nightmare.
Yeah. But then again, you never know. Hindsight's 2020. It's kind of a crappy way to look at life.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy things.
The police body footage is kind of grainy because with them running and stuff like that. So you can't. It's not like the best at being able to actually see everything. Andrew says that he's been pretty shocked on how well Houston's been behaving. Well, didn't Texas just open up like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago? I think they reopened and pretty much back to everything as it used to be. I got the wife yelling that I'm wrong. They just got done jailing some salon owner.
I hear that supposedly ended up working out. I don't know all the news, but I heard that today. I don't know if that's true or not, but
yeah, I think they ended up dropping all the charges against her and everything, or she was found not guilty. I don't remember. Woman, how'd that story turn out?
I think it was the Supreme Court ordered her. They took her to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, initially the judge told her to apologize, and she said, "Shove it." And then someone above him,
my boots.
someone above him said that you need to release her immediately.
Yeah, I guess the Supreme Court ordered the release of her, like the Texas Supreme Court.
That's cool. Yeah, the whole apology thing doesn't necessarily sit too well. I mean, the whole thing doesn't sit too well, but the apology part, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, like in the area I'm in, pretty much everybody's reopening and everything. And the local police department and sheriff's department went and told this one restaurant and bar that, hey, we're not going to do anything. We don't care that you're reopening, but OSHA may have something to say, and they could end up fining you, but we're not gonna get involved in it. And they're like, whatever, we're reopening. We're putting our employees back to work. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure if enough people open, OSHA probably wouldn't be able to get around everybody anyway. and honestly, there isn't really laws on the books as far as my knowledge is social distancing when it comes to OSHA or anything like that. So I don't know how they'd even really get that through. So, I know some of their inspections and stuff are pretty strict. You work in a job site, and kind of bigger commercial job site, they usually make you walk a gauntlet on the way in.
Well, like
So
the
they
Oregon,
verify you have your hard hat, you have all your safety. They're pretty picky about things in some situations, but those are all standard rules that are on the books.
like
So
the Oregon, the OSHA for like Oregon State is tied in with the health department. Like, so they kind of have the same, hey, we enforce whatever the health department says for like restaurants and bars and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've never dealt with them on something like this, so it's
yeah.
Yeah, I've been threatened a few times by them and had to hop through their hoops, but they're working on a college dorm in the middle of winter, and I was getting paid real good money to shingle, so you weren't keeping me out of work. I don't care who said what. I was the only guy on the whole site except the OSHA guy that pissed off that I was there. He's like, you unclip that rope, you're out of here. I'm like, not a problem, buddy. Not a problem. Start shoveling off my roof. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to drag me out of here.
Yeah, I'm kind of lucky. I was determined to be an essential person, so I didn't get threatened to not have a job.
Yeah, this was obviously years ago, before all this corona, so it was just due to weather, and all the other crews took off, so he was hoping he had the day off, but I guess I ruined that for him.
Yeah, he was hoping to start his weekend early, but then he met the New York Outcast, and
I'm sure he sat down there in his truck drinking coffee, cursing me out the whole time, but hey, I got my time in.
He was drinking some Irish coffee.
Never know. A little bit of Jameson, Bailey's,
whiskey.
Yep. Never know.
90% whiskey, 10% coffee.
Great way to start Christmas morning. Yeah. You're all tired and stuff from the night before, all the last minute getting things together and whatnot, and the stress of the holidays. Can't wait for it to be over. Wake up like a zombie saying, let's get this over with. Nice Irish coffee, you're good to go.
Yeah. I've shown one picture of one of the wife's cats that likes to use my KSG as a pillow. She sleeps on the shotgun.
Well, I hope you don't have it chambered in that case.
I'm pretty sure that there's a drop safety on that KSG.
Cat might get, have a little nightmare and start trying to run in its sleep, and the next thing you know, boom. And we'll all be like, yeah, it wasn't the cat. His wife got tired of his crap.
Yep. Probably.
Yeah. Tell you, they start really egging you on about a vacation. Just do it. Because, there's a whole group out there that they'll poison you to death just to go on vacation. So might as well just spend the money, man. funny story about a guy who hit the lotto on the gas stations, and his wife wanted to blow the money and go on vacation. He wanted to save it and invest it. They had children and stuff, so he was trying to build a little gas station empire, I guess, for the family. So the wife poisoned him so she could go on vacation. And thankfully, she got caught and ended up getting a vacation, just not the one she was hoping for. So, but it's a shame because now you got the two younger kids that are stuck with no parents, all because of somebody's greed that had it good anyway. So,
Yeah.
it's a shame the people in this world sometimes.
I'm looking. Looking at some accessories.
Accessories for SIG, KSG.
Yep.
There you go.
It's a nice compensator. See, that's what mine looks like. I've got the FDE.
All it'll take is shipping to get me to be strapped onto it. So, yeah.
See, this is what mine came with right here. And I didn't like it. So I went to a front vertical grip.
Was it rough on your hand when you were racking it?
I just didn't like the way, like when you go to, because when you're racking the KSG, you really got to put force into it.
Yeah. I think you should, honestly, with any shotgun. So you don't. It's better to be in that habit to run it hard. Personally, I think that's what they were designed for. Yeah.
With the way that grip is, your hand would slip off the front.
Yeah. Plus the that little bit you're grabbing there, you figure when you fire too, shooting a lot, it might put a little sore spot in your hand as well, going the front and back while you're wrapping stuff. So. My tactical pursuiter came with a ribbed front foregrip with a strap on it for the 500, and for me it worked somewhat all right, but man, that thing was so slippery, like you had to have a death grip on the front end. Other people, it literally popped up out of their hand because the strap was kind of big enough for my hand, not big enough for everybody else's. So when I ended up swapping that out for the hose grip, it was a huge difference. That softer rubber, you just grip right in there.
We got G-Webs saying 4 hours equals epic status achieved. This is probably, I don't know, what, at least my second or third 4 hour stream. Most of them are 3.5.
4.5 hours.
You were sleeping through most of them, though.
The wife's yelling that it's been 4.5 hours.
Yep, she's had 4.5 hours apiece without you harassing her. Bet she's loving this show.
See, you should hear Rob. He says that you've had 4.5 hours without me harassing you. You should be thankful that I'm doing this show.
Wow, he knows you.
Something like that.
She's like, wow, he knows you. Yeah. Hopefully, Gizzard will do his show in the morning.
Yeah, I'm still shocked Carolina EDC didn't show up for all that talk. Well, he was here for a little while.
I don't know. I was kind of hoping he was going to jump on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want that.
The belt,
Well, I'm going to get that belt. I was
the
hoping I could get his
you
discount.
both. I'm trying to win it.
Ooh, the tactical 8-pound load rating or the leather 4-pound load rating.
What you talking about now?
Oh, the core essential belts. If you go with the
8 pounds or 4 pounds? Are
yeah,
you serious?
yeah,
My goodness, man.
that's what they're gonna.
My issue belt you can get out for like $13 online. You can strap down vehicles with. That's crazy. Wow. Well, they look nice.
Yeah. I just wish that that they're like.
That kind of scares me because if you got in an altercation and somebody grabbed you, 4 or 8 pounds is not much. The next thing you know, your gun's flying on the ground or dropping down your pants or God knows what. That's
Well,
that kind of kills it for me.
Well, they were talking about like if you could have an 8-pound gun strapped on that belt.
Before it'll flex
Yeah.
or something. I thought you were stating like it's got a breaking point of that. I was like, why would they even tell you that? Like, they don't want to make money.
No, they're talking about, you could put an 8-pound gun on your belt before it's gonna,
Okay. All right. Yeah, I wonder how many guys EDC an 8-pound gun. I could see maybe carrying a couple, but still 8 pounds.
Even if your average gun is what, roughly 2 pounds. You'd have to carry 4 guns just to hit that 8-pound,
Well, if you use the tactical one as like a battle belt, then you've got, gun, magazines, whatever other accessories.
Yeah,
Very true.
You're still
extra mags, cuffs, whatever you might have.
You're still not gonna. I mean, a flashlight is gonna be 4 or 5 ounces. A couple magazines, extra mags on there. You're probably talking a pound. Plus your 2-pound gun. So you're only talking 3.5 pounds at max. You're probably gonna be running on there. Yeah, all the ones I like that have that honeycomb, they're all sold out.
Yeah, I'm not big on honeycomb one.
I don't really like this X5, the way that X5 looks. The X4, it's kind of just.
I was always afraid with that one just being one solid piece, it would scratch up pretty easy.
Oh yeah, like that. This flat X4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awful reflective too.
I kind of like, this one that has the the X2 belt buckle. That doesn't look too horrible. I want to say his son was Carolina EDC 10 or something.
Maybe.
How
I
much
don't
was
remember what he said.
how much was the discount? Do you know?
10%.
10%, I believe.
Yeah, so it might try it. Punch it in, see if it works.
Then can you see? See right here where it says load rating, 8-pound load rating. If you go with the Garrison, that was like a 10-pound. Yeah, you got a 10-pound load rating. No.
10 pounds is a lot to have put to your belt.
Yep.
That's more than the average person would be, tempting or whatever. So, granted, again, if somebody's holding your belt, like you're guiding somebody somewhere and they get tugged or something like that, I hope, the metal wouldn't bend or deform past that limit. I don't know. For myself, I always like cheap and overkill. So sometimes if things attached to your body, overkill is a bad idea. You can also get pulled into something, but with that in mind, there's pros and cons either way you go, I guess.
Yep. Nope. I guess it's not Carolina EDC. Or does it have to be?
Yeah, he probably gave away so much stuff he got in trouble by his wife. So
Kingpin's asking, what does the panel think a good weight is for them in a carry gun?
Like an EDC,
hey, that
I would say probably like 2 or 3 pounds, probably for your max weight. But then again, it becomes, your body weight, your the way you are, also plays into that.
yeah, I think it depends on the person and what you normally do. You normally travel a lot, carry a backpack with weight. I mean, if you want to be quick, light, and not get strained, I believe the rule is 10% of your body weight. Either, in total, you don't want to carry more than 10% of your body weight. Obviously, a firearm shouldn't be 10% of your body weight, but when you take in anything else you may be carrying on your daily travels, it could add into that. So,
Wow. Well, then that would be a hell of a lot of weight that I would be carrying.
I don't really worry about weight personally. Just, my build, it doesn't really matter. I want under a full size gun, so not quite that big, but normally larger than a subcompact. Because like my P30, I love that size. When I inside the waistband carry, I can get it positions. For me, it disappears, and I don't even realize it's there most of the time. That Taurus TH9, when I carry that one, the grip is and the beaver tail is longer, so I'll feel that a little bit, but I'm still okay with that size. And they consider that a full size, and it's about the same size as a H&K.
Yeah. I like my G23 as my EDC,
I think whatever you can comfortably carry and isn't to the point where you're going to keep it off or constantly take it off because it gets bothered. That would be what I'd think, something you're comfortable with. If you forget you have it on, then that's probably perfect because then you'll always have it.
He says on there, I'm not asking about me, I'm asking about you. Dang, just tell me what you think. So
That's what I think.
I think that, like me personally, I like the compact. Because it's warm weather and you're not wearing, you're gonna wear a shirt and shorts. That compact can still be concealable. In the winter months, and you got a jacket and other things on, that compact's still concealable.
That's kind of the way I don't change what I carry based on the weather. That H&K, that's what I carry almost every day. The other one I'll carry sometimes is my PPK, if depending on what I'm doing. If I'm mowing the lawn, usually I'll have the PPK. Or if I have to sit for a long time, sometimes I'll choose the smaller gun. But for me, I don't worry about weight or anything like that.
I have open carried the Judge like a couple times.
I'd say weight doesn't really bother me too much as far as normal EDC. Size would be the only factor. And comfortably on my feet all day, full size is no problem. But driving a lot when it tends to become an issue, or a lot of in and out of the car every day. That's where, inside waistband concealed carry full size tends to be a little uncomfortable for me at times. The shield is again, I got to see if I even have it on me at the time. So I'd almost think if I got in an altercation, I might forget I had it. So it's maybe not a good thing.
Yeah. I like the weight of, that compact. It's still, you're holding your 13 plus 1, so you're not, under gun for capacity, especially when you're hitting with 40.
Yeah, I guess that's a tough question in a sense. I don't know if you guys know the weights of what you normally carry or whatever. I mean, I know you stated weight doesn't matter too much to you, but as far as weight's concerned, that doesn't affect me too much. I don't have an 8-pound handgun though.
I want to say that the 23 is something like 24 ounces.
Yeah, for the average person, I would think it would, what you're comfortable with and what else you're carrying. Weight does add up.
Unloaded weight is 21.16 ounces. Fully loaded is 32 ounces. So.
Yeah, mine's 21 unloaded and then 22.8 loaded, I think.
I got 23.78 ounces loaded.
Wow. So, I guess mine weighs the most. It's it's 32 ounces loaded.
Spare 8-round magazine, and this is Hornady Critical Defense, is just over 5.5 ounces.
Ooh, what's the favorite handgun that you have right now?
Mine is my HK.
I think I go to my G23 a lot, but I don't know that Judge is pretty nice for a wheel gun.
Well, that's what the Taurus 65 that I have. I'm really loving that one. The 357.
I kind of look at this the other way. I'd say my favorite's Compact 22, but that's because I can just have fun with it. Yeah, I'm not. To me, it's all about enjoyment in a sense. With that, so cheap to shoot. I don't carry that, but I'd say out of defense gun, I guess my shield. But all in all, the one I like the best is probably the cheapest and most enjoyable.
I don't have a 22 pistol. That's probably something I should add to the collection, but
I think they're a must-have, but that's just me. Especially like if you're dealing with kids or stuff like that, getting in. It's great for young people, old people, and cheap people, all in between. So
I have a 22 rifle. I think everybody has a 22 rifle, like a Ruger 1022.
yeah, I think most homes have a 22 rifle. Most gun homes probably have a 22 rifle. Like, if I had to guess, more people had a 22 than a 1911 or an AR.
Well, my house had 0 1911s and 0 ARs.
But you live in Russia.
Close enough.
What do you got? What's the panel think? What do more homes have? Gun homes. 22, 1911, or AR? Do a little poll out there.
I would have to say the 22.
I would think 22, but the AR, you keep hearing that it's the most popular rifle.
Well, yeah, but the thing is it's a super popular rifle, but then they started somewhere.
Yeah.
99% of your people didn't just start with an AR.
I did.
There's
probably a lot of people that didn't get into firearms until they joined the service. I bet a lot of that accounts to people's first gun being an AR.
Yeah.
But I would bet that it's a 22. Even for the simple fact that statistically more people get killed by a 22. So they say. I believe that's because people think they're like cap guns until they get shot with one. You can have a lot of fun with a 22 handgun, playing around, testing things. You can challenge things, and it doesn't cost you much money. That's why I think I love it the most. It's enjoyable, but it can still do the job, and you play around with them enough, you can be pretty deadly accurate with those things. I think 22's come a long way personally. A lot of people say it's unreliable, this or that, but I really don't have issues with my 22. The ammunition's always ran great. I mean, yeah, once in a while, out of a box of 500, I might get one that wouldn't go off here or there, but it seems like it was a lot more in the past. Now, lately, I don't see a lot of that anymore.
Let's see what
And
the
I don't even, I run Federal, Winchester. The last video I did, I was shooting ammo that's over 20 years old. That was 22 LR, and it ran pretty good. So, yeah, I don't know. Granted, I did have a bent round with that, but again, that ammo was old.
Did you find the clickbait article?
I think so.
Some would argue it's not the same due to the recoil and whatnot. I mean, and true in that sense, it's not the same, but I think the fundamentals are there. And you consider the drop of a 22 LR, if you can start trying to, stretch your range a little bit, work the numbers, account for that on a cheap scale, I think it really only seems to get easier, but more expensive as you go up. Obviously, to a point. If you're shooting 308 really long, I'm sure you guys know what I mean. Well, I think you do.
I'm not
Very
finding
cheap
anything that says exactly, like, hey, these are the best. Oh, everybody's leaving us. We're down to 7 people.
It's been close to 5 hours. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to end up having to wrap it up here pretty quick. I'm not sure if the hens are going to do a...
yeah, they're going to come on at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Pacific time.
Oh, so 11 Eastern.
I was gonna say it's almost 11 for me. 8 o'clock.
So, you want to give your outro, Mr. Faas?
Everybody check out Kingpin's channel because he refuses to promote his own channel. Check out mine if you get bored. You can find some somewhat entertaining. Sorry, I just noticed for something. Somewhat entertaining videos. If you see any other names in the chat out there, check out their channel. That's all.
Mr. Rob D, you got any videos or anything coming up you want to promote?
Not yet. Just thanks for letting me hop in.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming into this dumpster fire.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure talking with you guys.
So, like and subscribe, Faas and New York Outcast. They're pretty good channels. So, definitely check out Kingpin. We watched his video earlier. And give him a like and a subscribe and a thumbs up. Or thumbs down if you really want. It all helps our channels. So, again, enjoy, keep it chambered around, and be safe.